んと動いてる。よかった。こんばんは。Hello, hello. Is the audio working? Hopefully it is. Hello, everybody. こんばんは。2GTM ももちゃくまな。Hello, すず。Hello. My Discord reactive image wasn't showing up for some reason. So I was like, oh no, this has never happened before, what do I do? And I was panicking, but turns out it was just a little slower than usual. So yeah, we're all good now, I think. It's my mouth is moving like usual. I changed the background to a slightly more like Japanese style today because we're talking about learning Japanese. Yay! We have so many Japanese speakers in chat right now. I think y'all can already speak Japanese. You don't need tips from me. Is my poll still there? I left a poll in my chat a few hours ago asking, are you studying Japanese? 13 people have responded. 14 people have responded. 43% says yes, 36% says no but planning to, and 21% says I'm already Nihongo Jozu. Everybody who picked I'm already Nihongo Jozu, I'm expecting you to help me give tips together. It's very cute. Yay! I thought we should change up the background a little bit since we've been using the same one for a while. I might try changing up my my layout, my background for the gaming scene as well. But yeah, the chatting one, I picked this background today. Yay! How many people in chat? Oh my god, 11 people in chat. Wow, hello. どうもお元気ですか？元気です。いらっしゃい、トワンさん。いらっしゃい。I like kinda wrote a structure for what to talk about today because I didn't title it 雑談 today. I titled it study tips. So I'm like, oh, I have to like actually like properly give advice. So I actually made a Word document with like the topics, I guess, that we'll be going over. Oh, Tozik, hello. Greetings. Good evening. Or afternoon or morning, depending on where you live in the world. 12 people in chat. Wait, really? Wow. Hi, if you're watching and haven't participated in chat yet, welcome to chat. Tell me if you're learning Japanese or not, and if you have any questions, just throw them at me. Oh my god, I'm so not used to doing stuff unscripted. Alright, let me look at the questions I said I would answer today. Okay, so we're talking about generally how to become fluent in Japanese, and then second half I'll talk more about passing JLPT, and I'll probably specifically focus on N1 and 2 because I think, you know, if you're trying to get JLPT, you probably want it because you need it for a job, or it's like it counts as a qualification for something you want to apply for, right? And usually if you want to apply for a job in Japan, or if you want the JLPT certificate to, you know, be useful, generally I think people aim for N1 and 2 because most job applications require you to have at least N2 level, so I'll be focusing on that. But yeah, we're gonna start off with talking about just learning Japanese in general first. I weak language learn, but I want to learn. Yeah, I'm sure everybody here who's interested in learning Japanese, you know, wants to learn it at different levels. But so yeah, we'll discuss a lot of different areas about Japanese learning today. Sorry I'm late. No, you're not late. I literally just started. It's been like 3 minutes since I started, and we haven't even gotten really into the main topic yet. So it's all good. You're not late. Welcome again, Emma. Nice to see you in chat again. Okay, so I feel like we have a lot of people who can already speak Japanese in chat. But okay, so the first thing I wanted to say, since my title and I guess the way I framed this stream was I kind of combined how I became fluent in Japanese and how I passed N1 into the same category. I wanted to specify first thing that I personally think you have to view becoming fluent in Japanese and passing JLPT N1 and 2 as two separate goals, because achieving one doesn't necessarily mean that you're just going to naturally achieve the other. I think anybody who is fluent in Japanese can, agree with this. But yeah, passing the test, getting the qualification, and being fluent, I think is really different. So we're gonna separate the stream into two parts, and I'm gonna talk about them separately because I don't think they're like, if you have one, you have the other. I think they're very different. You have to kind of do different things in order to achieve one or the other. So yeah. But yeah, so for everybody who is currently learning Japanese or is planning to learn Japanese, would like to learn Japanese, I think, well, let's talk about learning Japanese in a general sense first. It's really important first to set a goal for the proficiency that you're aiming for. So, do you want to achieve conversational level, or do you want to reach native level proficiency? If you currently already know a little bit of Japanese, what is your goal from here? Do you want to just get a JLPT qualification, or do you want to reach a level of proficiency where, you're basically like near native level? You can live in Japan with like no problems. You can communicate with people with no language barriers. Like, what are you aiming for? How much are you willing to put in? And why do you want to learn Japanese? What's your aim by learning Japanese? I think it's really important to think about that first. Because, for example, if your goal is to just reach conversational level, to be able to understand bits and pieces of Japanese and manage basic conversations in Japanese, I personally don't have any new advice to offer, because if you just put some time into it, you go through textbooks or take Japanese classes for a few years, you can reach conversational level. Anybody can reach conversational level. I don't think there's anything groundbreaking that I can offer, because if your aim is just to, be able to understand basic Japanese, like, just follow the regular guides and you'll be able to reach that. But if you want to be fluent, or if you want to reach native-like proficiency, I think that's when it's different. So, oh my god, I feel like a lecturer. I'm just talking. Am I making sense? Oh my god, I'm so nervous. Good thing I made like a, not script, but like semi-guide for what I wanted to talk about. Anyways, hopefully I'm making sense. So the questions I had laid out in my description, the first one was, what are the secrets to becoming a fluent speaker? And I thought about this really hard yesterday on how I should answer it, and honestly, I think there's no secrets. When I was thinking about what to make the title of this live stream, I looked up what other people were saying when, they gave tips about studying Japanese and learning Japanese and how they became fluent. And so many people had titles that were like, how I became fluent in Japanese in 6 months, how to learn Japanese in one night, how to, There's so many of those videos that, at least in the title, try to convince you that you can reach fluency, or you can just, become a Nihongo master in like this certain amount of time period, which I don't agree with. I'm personally not a fan of that. I think everyone learns at a different pace. And most importantly, I think it's wrong to turn a blind eye to the fact that talent plays a role in language acquisition. So yeah, I'm personally not a fan of trying to tell people that you can learn Japanese within this amount of period or by doing this, because I think it's different for everyone. It's very different for everyone. So yeah, conversation level is pretty easy to do for adapting. Yeah, conversational level honestly is kind of like it's like the basic level, right? So as long as you bury your head into textbooks essentially, I think anybody can achieve. But I think what most people, want to know or would like to aim for is to become fluent, to get at a higher level where they can tell people I'm fluent and they can, maybe like do a full live stream in Japanese. I think that's what people are struggling with. Like, how do I become fluent? How do I go past like, oh, I have to like think of all these grammar patterns in my head. I'm struggling to pull out, the vocabulary to use. How does it come more naturally to me? How do I reach a more fluent level? I think that's what most people want to know. Oh yeah, Japanese is heavily contextual language, so it's pretty much vastly different than English already. Yeah. I heard English speakers have a really hard time learning Japanese if they have no background at all in it, because the grammar patterns are also very, very different. Which is why I've noticed people who only have studied Japanese from like an educational setting, like in a classroom or from textbooks, tend to struggle more, especially with speaking, because they're so fixated on trying to get the grammar pattern right, and they're trying to convert English to Japanese in their head with all these rules and stuff that they learned from textbooks and from class, which is why I think they struggle to go past the conversational level. Effective way to learn writing is from texting training. Like when I do want to comment to Japanese VTuber. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about what I think the best methods for learning Japanese and improving Japanese are if you want to be a fluent speaker. But yeah, where was I up to? Blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about, I feel like a lot of people who talk about learning Japanese don't mention, or I guess try to turn a blind eye to the fact that talent plays a role in language acquisition. Like, people who are linguistically gifted are going to learn Japanese faster than you, and sometimes they will be able to reach near fluency without even trying. Like, life is unfair, right? We all know that, right? It's just like how two people could go through the exact same athletic training and put in the same amount of time and effort, but then one person might reach a level where they can compete in the Olympics, and then the other might win a medal at their local high school athletics festival, and that's as far as they get, right? It's just, everybody is different. So I will never say to somebody, oh, if you do this or if you follow these steps, then you will reach fluency within this time period, because no, everyone's different, and the level that everyone is able to achieve by following the same steps or by doing the same things is very different. So yeah. Now, connecting to what Emma was saying, Japanese conversation skills surpassing my English. Wow, that's really impressive. But yeah, tied to what you were saying, Emma, how you think the most effective way is texting. I also kind of learned Japanese from just consuming consuming content in Japanese, I guess. For me, passion and interest were my number one motivation. And this is the driving force for a lot of people when learning Japanese, I think. Like, I love Japanese subculture, like anime, manga, games, so much. And in the beginning, all I did was just consume content that was in Japanese. And I think a lot of people just did that. You know, in the beginning, you need to rely on subtitles. But then if you have some sort of, you know, if your brain is linguistically wide, like you have a little bit of linguistic talent, some people just from consuming content can start to pick up the language. I've talked to a lot of people who are like that. Lucky to be Vietnamese because my language is inherited from Chinese. Yeah. You know, a lot of people say that people who know a bit of Chinese pick up Japanese quicker because, you know, there's a lot of similarities between the kanji, but I disagree because I know Chinese, and honestly, like, you might be able to guess the basic meaning of how some kanji what some kanji mean, because sometimes it's the same, but a lot of the times the same character can be used in completely different contexts. So I don't think it's reliable to, you know, completely or mostly rely on your knowledge in Chinese to understand Japanese. It definitely does help though, because, you know, the characters look so similar. I guess if your brain is wired to remembering like kanji characters, kanji in Japanese might be a little less intimidating for you. My friends tell me that Japanese phonics system is pretty similar to mother language. Oh, wait, Tozik, what's your mother language? Is it Cantonese? I've heard some people say from Shanghai say that Japanese sounds kind of like Shanghainese, which is why people from Shanghai pronounce Japanese with a really like accurate accent. I don't know, but I guess if there are similarities between your mother tongue in comparison to Japanese, it might make it a little easier for you. Because trying to use Hanzi kanji more quicker to learn Japanese. Yeah, there's definitely situational benefits to why some people may find it easier to learn Japanese than others. Several kanji look totally different but sounds the same. That literally isolates me. Oh yeah, it's really, kanji is really difficult. Like, I would consider myself fluent in Japanese, and I passed JLPT N1, but like I think I suck at kanji. I can like barely read kanji. Sometimes people chat in Japanese and I'm like, oh crap, I can't read that kanji. And you might hear a lot of people say this, but like, people say even Japanese people can't read a lot of kanji, and they need to, like, you know, people who work in the voice acting industry, I hear they always have to like mark their scripts before they go to work, because they have to make sure they put furigana on all of the kanji that they can't read. And honestly, that like really reassured me, because I thought I was dumb for not being able to read so much kanji, but it turns out that kanji is just so difficult that even some native Japanese people, you know, can't read a lot of it. So it's okay if you find kanji difficult. I think everybody finds kanji difficult. Oh my god, I need some water. Blech. We don't remember the kanji, just use hiragana. Yeah, that's why, you know what, I think in terms of learning kanji, a really good way to learn kanji, I think, is to read manga, because I'm pretty sure all manga have every single kanji labeled with hiragana. Whereas if you try to pick up a light novel or just a regular novel, or, you know, if you were to read a magazine or an article or, you know, tweets or whatever, I think in novels and magazines, sometimes they put furigana on the kanji that they think are really difficult and, you know, native Japanese people might not be able to read. But in manga, because manga is supposedly aimed towards a younger generation, I'm pretty sure most manga or all manga have every single kanji labeled with hiragana, which is why I personally suggest, if your goal, in improving your Japanese right now is to learn more kanji, read manga in Japanese. That's like one of the best ways, I think, to learn more kanji. Because you basically have every single kanji labeled for you, like how to read them, and you have the context as well in the story. So it's like the perfect learning material, honestly. Manga is just like the perfect kanji learning material. True, even natives are struggling with their own language due to kanji, lol. Yeah, kanji is just so difficult. I feel like every single person who can speak Japanese, when they talk about it, they're just like, oh yeah, I can speak Japanese fluently. Oh, but I suck at kanji. I hate kanji. It's like everyone, including me. Indeed, I'm currently repeatedly learning to understand hiragana. Yeah, I feel like when it comes to hiragana and katakana, you kind of just have to remember it. There's no like easier learning trick to it. I feel like you just have to look at it, read it over and over and over again, write it over and over again. It's because it's like the alphabet, right? It's the Japanese alphabet. So you kind of just have to remember it. And then once you are familiar with hiragana and katakana, that's when you can move on to, reading manga. And then in manga, every single kanji has hiragana or katakana labeled for you. So basically, every single time you come across a kanji that you can't read, it tells you what the hiragana or katakana is. And then you can slowly, remember that and input that into your head as well. And then your repertoire just grows. あれ、レパートリーって合ってたっけ? Repertoire. Wait, repertoire. I can never say this word in English. 日本語だとレパートリーなんだけど。Repertoire. I can't. Anyways. So learning kanji, I think, is more how you increase the familiarity to the word's shape, not memorize it one by one. I think it's about how you remember the word in its context, right? Like, I feel like I remember kanji the best when I'm not remembering the shapes one by one, but how they're most commonly used in sentences, if that makes sense. Like, instead of remembering the characters one by one, I feel like remembering how they're combined with other characters to, have a meaning in a sentence. I feel like that's when you really keep it in your head. You have to remember how it's used in context. Which is why, again, I recommend reading manga. Or you can try playing visual novels in Japanese, because visual novels often have voice acting. So when you listen to the character talk and you're also looking at the text, you can kind of, input that into your head as well. But yeah, that's what I do. That's what I kind of try to do to remember more kanji, because I really hate learning kanji. And if you told me to sit down and just read a kanji dictionary, I would be bored out of my mind. So that's why I try to learn it from consuming stuff and reading stuff that I enjoy, which is my most important point, honestly, today that I wanted to make. I think it's really, really important to learn Japanese through your passions, through consuming content that you enjoy. Because when you are forcing yourself to, go through textbooks or, listen to these podcasts or whatever that are specifically designed for Japanese learning, and you don't actually enjoy the content, you're just listening to it or reading this content for the sake of learning Japanese, you're gonna learn at a much slower pace. Unless you just love the linguistic aspects of the language. But for most people, just going through teaching materials and content that's specifically designed for Japanese learning, it's kind of boring, it gets boring after a while. So in order to, I guess, keep your motivation and in order to make it more effective, really, I think the best way is to just consume media and content that, is in Japanese, whether that's listening or reading. I think it's just important to surround yourself with Japanese, and you can pick what that is. I don't think anybody should tell you what you should use to learn Japanese. For example, some people are like, oh, you should learn Japanese from anime. And I agree. If you love anime, you should learn Japanese from anime. It would be really, really helpful. You can learn so much from anime. But if you don't like watching anime, don't learn Japanese from anime. Don't force yourself to sit through 100 episodes of Naruto if you don't like it, you know? It's the most important thing is to gain the knowledge from content that you actually enjoy, because that's when it's going to help you the most, I think. So basically watch anime all day. No, it depends. It depends. Hi, randomly found your channel on recommendations. Oh, hello, Migo. Welcome. Thank you. Tip is try to train yourself to write Japanese people's names, like actress, actor, idol. Yeah, see, Emma, that ties into what I was just saying. It's really important to connect it with your interests, right? I learned a lot of kanji from voice actor names because I love voice actors, right? And I love Japanese voice actors and I want to be able to remember their names. So I pay more attention to their names without realizing. And then before I noticed, somehow I could just read a lot of kanji in Japanese seiyu names, right? It's like when your interests and passions are tied into learning, it makes it so much easier for you. Anime is where I started to gain interest in Japanese, but this is like deep rabbit hole. Yeah, there's a lot of subculture. The rabbit hole is deep. What was I up to? Oh yeah, I haven't finished talking about my story of how I learned Japanese, since I promised I was going to give the full story of how I learned Japanese. So basically what happened with me was I just watched anime. and no, Migo, keep listening. Just watching anime doesn't make you fluent in Japanese. Keep listening. In the beginning, key point here, in the beginning, in the very, very beginning, where I didn't know any Japanese, I knew konnichiwa and that was it, like everybody else when they were young and watched anime, right? When I knew nothing, zero Japanese, all I did was watch anime. I watched anime with subtitles. I watched and watched and watched. And after a few years, I realized I could understand like 80% of what's going on in anime without subtitles. Now, that's not the case with everyone. This ties back to what I was saying before. Not to flatter myself, but to be honest, because I'd rather be honest than give irresponsible advice. I think I have a little bit of linguistic talent, which is why I was able to comprehend Japanese and watch anime with no subtitles, listen to radio in Japanese, etc., without doing anything specifically to study Japanese. Right? I've talked to a lot of people about this topic, and I have a lot of acquaintances who had the exact same experience with me, where all they did was just watch Japanese anime. They never went to Japanese class, never opened a textbook, never specifically Googled how do I learn Japanese. Like, the idea of learning Japanese didn't even cross their mind. All they did was just consume content in Japanese, and then one day they realized, oh my god, I can kind of understand it. When I tell people I learned Japanese from watching anime, some people are like, that's impossible, and they're like mind blown. But honestly, I've talked to so many people who they had the exact same experience. And I think for us, we were lucky that we have a little bit of linguistic talent. And another key factor is probably because we watched anime and, consume Japanese content at a young age. When you're younger, if anybody has studied psychology before, there's a thing called neural plasticity, where, higher levels of neural plasticity means you learn things faster. And when we're younger, we are just able to acquire knowledge and learn things faster. So if you have watched anime or have consumed Japanese content since a really young age, it's more likely that you're able to, you're able to kind of like contain the knowledge in your head. I wish I was born with linguistic talent instead of musical. But hey, Toxic, I wish I was born with more musical talent, right? Everybody is born with different talent, right? Like, I guess in exchange for having a little bit of linguistic talent, I absolutely have zero music and athletic talent. Everybody gets a little bit of something and maybe a little less of something else. But I just think the fact that talent does play a role in language acquisition, I feel like is something that so many people don't talk about. So I really wanted to make it clear, at least for me, when I talk about it, because I do have tips and advice on how you can improve, but I also, when sharing my own story and experience on learning Japanese, I can't deny the fact that in the beginning, I just watched anime and then I just got good, you know? So I always like to tell people that I think talent does play a role and you shouldn't turn a blind eye to that. And if maybe you think you weren't born or you don't have, as much linguistic talent as some other people, that doesn't mean you can't become fluent. It just means it might take a little bit longer for you, or you might have to adopt different strategies. But that's why, again, I don't think it's fair, or I don't think it's responsible to say you can achieve fluency in this amount of time by doing this, because everybody's different. Starting to get a pattern here. Watch anime for years. At some time we will get good. No, keep listening. This is just my story, and it's just the first half of the story. I said this was just in the beginning. This is the beginning. There's a beginning, middle, and end. Well, not end, current, I guess. First time I know about learning Japanese is from watching Japan's Power Rangers. I got into Nihongo kind of differently via video game. Yeah. See, again, it's, pop culture and subcultures, right? For me, it was anime. But I know for a lot of people, it was a variety of different things. It could be Japanese video games. It could be Japanese variety shows. It could be Japanese idols. It could be anything, right? Anime is just one of them. And for me, anime was the beginning. In the beginning, I watched anime. Actually, does anybody want to hear the story of how I noticed I could speak Japanese, or like I understood Japanese? I was watching Pretty Rhythm, which is a like idol kind of show, if anybody knows. I was watching Pretty Rhythm, and I think it was the second season of Pretty Rhythm. In the second season, there's these 4 girls who have like a human counterpart. Sounds weird, but like they have like a real life counterpart. Like the 4 anime girls are based off 4 real girls who are idols in real life. And at the end of the ending song in every episode, there's this special section where the 4 girls in real life do all these different sort of activities. And I really enjoyed that section of the anime too, so I would watch that part after the ending song every single episode. And then by like episode 50 or something, suddenly I realized, wait a second, there's no subtitles in this part after the ending song. What? And then I skipped back an episode and another episode and another episode to check this ending part after the ending song, if there are subtitles or not. And I realized every single episode, this section at the end doesn't have subtitles, and I was watching it for 50 episodes without realizing that I was just comprehending what was going on without subtitles. And that made me realize I don't even look at subtitles that much anymore. And for the first time I tried covering up the subtitles, and I was like, oh my god, wait, I know what's going on. Oh my god, I'm not even looking at the subtitles. Oh my god. And yeah, that's that's the story of how I realized I could speak Japanese. Watching Pretty Rhythm, I'm feeling old. Yeah, oh my god, that was so long ago. Oh, I'm feeling old too. It's pretty cool that instinct also helps you learn language. Yeah. A lot of people I've talked to kind of just watched stuff and then one day they realized they knew Japanese. It's pretty wild. I'm not sure if that's something that you can still do once you're an adult. I haven't tried it yet. Maybe I can try watching K-dramas for 5 years and see if I can speak Korean. But I think it is somewhat connected to the fact that I was a lot younger, which is why I was able to achieve something like that. And, you know, again, maybe a little bit of talent played a role in it too. But yeah. The euphoria of understanding a foreign language with subtitles. Yeah, oh my god, that made me so excited. The first time I realized, like, oh my god, what? I can understand all of this without subtitles? Oh my god. By the way, fun fact, the first Japanese word I ever learned, aside from, you know, like konnichiwa and stuff like that everybody knows, the first Japanese word that I ever learned was daijoubu. You know why? You know why the first word I learned was daijoubu? Because I watched Pokemon, and every single time Pikachu got hurt, Ash would be like, Pikachu, daijoubu, daijoubu. And that's why the first Japanese word I ever learned was daijoubu. Oh my god, I always laugh when I remember that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure daijoubu was the first Japanese word I ever learned. I think that it's also because I watched Cardcaptor Sakura a lot as a kid, and one of the opening songs, I think Tobira o Akete, has this part that's like daijoubu, 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 da 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 da. Anyways, so yeah, my first Japanese word, baby's first Japanese word was daijoubu. As an adult, you can still learn language. Yeah, of course you can still learn language as an adult. I'm just not sure if you can acquire it as fast. I think, again, it depends on person to person. I've never tested this myself. I did try learning Italian for 1 to 2 years in middle school. I dropped Italian for, you know, Japanese, but I did learn Italian a lot faster than some of my classmates, and I had really good grades. So I think if you do have that linguistic sense, and especially they say the more languages you know, the easier the next one gets, right? So I think, again, it is definitely possible to acquire a new language once you're an adult, but it's probably a little easier when you're younger. And it really depends on person to person. Can't really say daijoubu when you daijoubu. Yeah, instinct helps you notice the grammar structures, patterns, you then just learn it. Yeah, exactly. That's the instinct. I feel like how much of that instinct you have is very much tied to linguistic talent. Sora hits me so hard that it's my first Japanese word. Oh, interesting. In my case, first Japanese word was kuso. No, why? No, where did you learn kuso from? What shonen anime were you watching? Did they ever say kuso in Pokemon? I don't think they do. I don't think they ever say kuso in Pokemon. Maybe they say chikusho sometimes. I feel like Ash has said chikusho a few times, but I don't... Wait, did they say kuso in Pokemon? I don't remember. Anyways, we're kind of off topic. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I had another question on my list of things to talk about as, can you learn Japanese from anime and pop culture? We already talked a lot about that, but yeah, of course. I am a living, breathing example right here of somebody who learned Japanese from anime and pop culture. But there is a catch to this. You can't only learn Japanese from anime, right? Okay, I can finally talk about this. I have to make this point very clear. Yes, you can learn Japanese from anime, but you can't stop at just learning Japanese from anime, right? Anime can only teach you so much, and I would argue that anime is only good for the beginning or like to grasp some of the basics. I feel like this is a pattern that this is a pattern in a lot of people, including myself. And I've also seen some classmates in Japanese class and stuff be like this. But if anime was like 90% or more of the resource that you use to learn Japanese, you kind of chunibyo. I remember there was this guy in my class that would always refer to himself as ore when he did self-introductions. And then the teacher would tell him, please use boku, and then he would ignore the teacher's instruction and keep saying ore. I remember. But yeah, in the beginning, I definitely was kinda chunibyo as well in my Japanese, because again, you know, most of my Japanese was learned from anime. You can learn some really important, you know, vocabulary and grammar structures from anime, but if that's the extent of, you know, content that you've consumed, if that's the extent of your learning resource, then you are going to have some chunibyo sort of aspects. Kei-san, konbanwa. That's true, you can't learn all of it from anime. Read manga as well, 2 reasons, kanji and written Japanese. Yeah, the other point is, because if you only watch anime, you'll never be able to improve your reading and writing, because, you know, it's, you know, really only trains your listening and maybe speaking if you know, try to speak it as well. But I'd use ore too, not gonna lie. It's because anime protagonists all say ore. 俺の名前はなんちゃらなんちゃら世界のヒーローに But yeah, it's really easy to tell when somebody only learned Japanese from anime, because usually they're pretty chunibyo in the way they talk. アニメは日本語を学ぶための重要な情報源ではないはずです。そうだね、一番重要な情報源ではないですね。The thing is, again, my general opinion on learning Japanese from anime is that it's a good starting point, and it's a good place to keep inputting vocabulary, and, you know, because it's something that a lot of people enjoy, right? Not everybody who wants to learn Japanese likes anime, but I would argue that a lot of people who want to learn Japanese love anime. So anime is kind of this thing that you don't really have to, you know, convince yourself to watch, right? For example, if you were trying to learn kanji, you kind of have to make yourself read kanji and remember it, right? And that can sometimes feel like a chore unless you really, really love kanji. But in terms of watching anime, for most people, watching anime isn't like, oh, I'm gonna learn Japanese, so I'm gonna watch anime. You just watch anime because you like anime. And that's kind of just like an extra thing on the side that can help keep that Japanese input, you know? The most important thing is to surround yourself with Japanese. And by watching anime regularly, you are keeping up that Japanese input. You're always listening to Japanese, and it helps you to retain the language knowledge in your head. So that's what anime is good for, I think. Can JLPT test your reading as well? Yeah, we're gonna talk about JLPT in the second half, I think. We're probably gonna talk about learning Japanese, most just like in general, and, you know, how to achieve fluency. We're gonna focus on that in the first half, and then in the second half, I'll focus on JLPT. Because in the beginning, I said this, but I think achieving fluency in Japanese and passing JLPT N1 and 2 are two things that you have to see as separate goals. Achieving one doesn't mean you're necessarily gonna get the other. I mean, it depends on what you consider fluent to be, but I think the learning strategies and the type of goals you need to set and the type of practices that you need to be doing, depending on which one is your goal, are very different. So I'm gonna separate these as 2 topics today. I once introduced myself with Atashi in my Japanese classmate. Could have avoided the embarrassment with just Watashi F. Yeah, atashi, I guess, is typically associated more with girls, especially like gyaru. So, yeah. Atashi. Oh man. But yeah, I can't stop thinking about all the guys in my Japanese class that would like introduce themselves with ore. The funniest thing is when the teacher tells them, can you use boku please? Because it's more formal for like the oral exams and stuff. And then they're like, just like, no, I want to say ore. That's really funny. So funny to me. On that note, I want to give my own advice. You can seek out small YouTubers or VTubers. Don't just watch post comments as well. So when they reply, it's just like you guys are conversing. Yeah, exactly. Again, I've kind of talked about anime a lot, but the question was, can you learn Japanese from anime and pop culture? Key point, and pop culture, right? Pop culture, again, in this case, includes VTubers, voice actors, idol, what else is there? Anything really. You know, as long as you're consuming content that is in Japanese, it doesn't matter what subcultures you're into, just try and be as involved in your consumption of the media as possible, and make sure to surround yourself with it and keep it up. And if you keep up that input, you'll just eventually absorb more and more. It's just the pace and the speed to which people absorb the information is different. Getting new pattern here. Watch anime, consume popular media, aka watch me. Yes, watch me and you will become Nihongo Jozu. Just kidding. Please don't take that out of context. But yeah, I haven't finished my personal story of how I became fluent in Japanese yet. So, as I said, my first step was I watched anime. And then I reached a basic level of understanding where I could understand around 80%, I guess, of basic anime content without subtitles. So I already knew a bit of Japanese, but my Japanese wasn't perfect yet. I didn't understand everything. Some of the more, like complex language, and when I still wasn't used to, normal Japanese people talking, because I was only listening to anime characters talking. And, anime characters, because they are voiced by trained professionals, they tend to speak a lot more clearer and sometimes slower as well. So it's a little different to like real life, how real life people talk. So the next step that really propelled my Japanese to a higher level was I started listening to Seiyu radio. I've talked about this on stream before, but I would consider Seiyu radio as the number one thing that made me Nihongo Jozu. I had enough basic understanding of Japanese to understand around 70 to 80% of Seiyu radio. So then I started listening to Seiyu radio a lot. And what that helped me to do was, that helped me get used to more grammar patterns and I guess, kind of things that are more commonly said in day-to-day conversations between real people. And I also got used to a more like faster talking speed. The type of talking speed that you would observe in real people when they talk to each other. So for me, it was from anime to Seiyu radio, because I became a voice actor fan. But you don't have to follow the same path as, God, I can't speak English today, what the heck? Anyways, you don't have to follow the same path as me. Again, me and a lot of people in chat have made this point already, but basically you just have to follow a path of consuming different types of content in Japanese that matches your interests, right? Start off with something that's easier, and then you can move on to something that's a little more difficult, and then a little more difficult, and then a little more difficult. I would say that listening to radio and watching VTubers is more difficult than watching anime, because again, people speak much faster when it's not, scripted anime. And especially, I would consider VTubers harder than Seiyu radio, because again, voice actors are people who are professionally trained to speak very clearly. So I think it would be a little bit more easy to pick up every single word that a voice actor says in comparison to a VTuber. I think VTubers are probably more likely to speak not as clearly or speak, too fast. It really depends, but you can go step by step. Anime is definitely one of the easiest starting points because it's usually a lot slower and every single word is pronounced super clearly because, in order for it to be broadcasted, that's kind of like a requirement. And then I would recommend moving on to listening to real people talk in an unscripted context once you get that basic understanding. Oh my god, wait, there's 18 people in chat. What? So many people. Pressure. Hello, everyone. I need to catch up on chat. Oh my god. Oh, what? Once had a Discord voice chat with a small Japanese VTuber. To my surprise, the viewers were praising my Japanese. It was great. Yeah, it's nice, that feeling of, oh my god, wait, I'm actually communicating in Japanese. Feels really good. I suggest Konomi Kohara Open Your Heart Radio. Yeah, Koko-chan's radio is really good. If anybody wants Seiyu radio recommendations, because you also like voice actors and you want to learn Japanese or improve your Japanese through Seiyu radio like I did, I can do a separate stream where I recommend, I guess, different Seiyu radio and I guess media that I personally consumed or I recommend you can try and look into to improve your Japanese. But I'll have to think about that first and make a list. So I might do that in a separate stream if anybody's interested. Haven't been keeping up on that as well. Wait, haven't been keeping up on what? Oh my god, I need to make sure I actually keep up with chat. Watching Arisha with my right screen and handling a Japanese novel with my left hand. Keikakudori. しばらく寝てろ. Yes, that's a simple post-battle quote but spoken elegantly by Kuroda Takaya-san coming to Japanese. Oh, interesting. But yeah, everybody has different interests, I guess. So if you're not a fan of voice actors like I am, listening to Seiyu radio to improve your Japanese listening shouldn't be the method that you take because that's not the right method for you. If you're a fan of VTubers, you enjoy watching VTubers, you want to know what they're talking about, and you'd go and watch them anyway, even if you weren't learning Japanese, keep watching VTubers. Watch more VTubers. Try listening to different VTubers, and you'll slowly pick up different sorts of speech patterns and different grammar patterns and new vocabulary depending on who you're listening to. But the most important thing is to be consuming content that you personally enjoy. Volleyball player Nishida Yuji posts videos with JP subtitles and English captions. It's an amazing way to learn as well. Yeah, again, if you're a fan of volleyball, if you're a fan of, Nishida Yuji, that would be a good way for you to learn. For me, another way that I learn Japanese or how I try to learn kanji and how I try to improve my reading skills is through reading tweets from celebrities that I like, that I follow on Twitter, and from playing otome games. See, it's just, I'm not going to make anybody do the same as me. I'm just trying to make the point that you just consume content that you like. I love otome games, and I love a lot of public figures and celebrities from Japan, whether that's voice actors, VTubers, mangakas, and I follow them on Twitter. I want to know what they're saying, so I will try to read their tweets. If there's a kanji that I don't understand, I search it up, not because, oh my god, I need to learn kanji, oh my god, I have to try and input as much kanji as possible, I need to learn Japanese. No, I just want to know what they're saying, right? I just want to know what they're saying. In that way, for me, the process of searching up this kanji doesn't feel tedious or like a chore because I have a reward, I guess. My reward is that I get to know what this person that I care about and like is saying, right? That's why consuming content and learning from the stuff that you actually enjoy is always the number one method to improving a language. Reading Japanese tweets. Great to know someone thinks the same. Yay! High five! Keep consuming content that we personally enjoy. Alright, keep watching Edisha. You know what? Maybe you can learn a little bit of Japanese from me. Because I do switch between Japanese and English. And I do plan on doing full streams in Japanese too. And I want to help anybody who is interested in learning Japanese. So maybe you can learn some Japanese from me. But yeah, the key factor is to keep it up. You can't stop the input. You have to keep consuming. What else was on my list? Oh yeah, I also needed to say that you have to keep in mind that there are several aspects to mastering a language, right? Listening, speaking, writing, and reading. Watching anime and listening to Seiyu radio really only trains you on your listening and maybe speaking to some extent, but that really depends on you. If you only ever listen and you don't really speak, your speaking is never going to improve, right? You have to actively go out of your way to actually speak Japanese. And same with reading and writing. If all you ever do is just watch VTubers and watch anime and, listen to radio, then you might keep improving your listening skills, but you're never going to get better at reading and writing, right? Pressuring myself to learn kanji is a chore. Yeah, exactly. That's why pressuring yourself to learn usually is more ineffective. And then you'll see the kanji again somewhere. You'll remember the kanji and you're holy not to know this one. Yeah, exactly. But that's the difficult part because, for example, for me, I really, really love listening and watching. So I've pretty much never had to go out of my way to improve my listening skills. Because for me, just consuming content that I enjoy, like listening to Seiyu radio and watching anime, I was able to continuously improve my listening skills, right? But when I want to learn more kanji, when I want to improve my reading or improve my writing, I actually have to go out of my way to try and consume, written material. To which I do enjoy reading manga to some extent, but I don't enjoy reading manga as much as listening to radio and watching anime, right? That's where the study part comes back, right? In order to learn the language properly and pick up writing, reading skills, and more intricate parts of the language, you kind of still have to go through a little bit of traditional learning methods. In the beginning, I feel like in order to keep your motivation up, you don't have to think too much about, I'm gonna learn Japanese. But once you get to a level where you actually want to hone your skills and, improve, get better, get to a fluent level, you have to start thinking about, how do I specifically focus on the areas that I'm weak at, right? For me, I knew that my reading and writing was significantly lower than my listening and speaking skills, which is why even though I wasn't as much of a fan of reading as listening and speaking, I did semi-force myself to try and read more, and I tried to read stuff that I at least had interest in. For example, magazine interviews with Seiyu that I like, tweets from celebrities that I like, and manga. But you do have to try and balance it out, or else you'll never be able to, get the full skill set. Blah, blah, blah. Honest advice, if you watch VTubers to learn Nihongo, seek indie channels. Hololive, do it when you're... They scream a lot. Yeah. Honestly, it depends. VTubers, if you are watching VTubers and you want to learn Japanese, it definitely is better to seek out channels who do more chatting, like chill chatting vibes, rather than the ones that are like really focused on the game and are kind of just making short commentaries about the game. In order to learn more grammar patterns and vocabulary and I guess get used to that conversational feeling, it's better to drop by Datsudan, just chatting streams, and just in general watch more VTubers that talk to chat a lot. So to go out a way to consume written content? Yeah, exactly. Enjoy both reading and listening, but I enjoy speaking the most. Then you enjoy everything. Lucky you. I enjoy everything too, but I have to say I'm very biased towards speaking and listening in comparison to reading and writing. I think reading is probably the one I struggle with the most. It's not even just Japanese. I'm not a fan of reading in general. I don't even enjoy reading in English that much. With the exception of content that I actually really want to read, right? Which is why I try my best to do the same in Japanese, where I try to read stuff that I really want to read in order to learn more kanji. Chinese keeps traumatizing my Japanese writing learning process. Yeah, like Ton says, focus on hiragana first. Mastering hiragana and katakana, I think, is important before you start trying to input more kanji. What else did I have on my list? Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, I had here that you're not gonna learn how to read hiragana and katakana from just watching anime or just watching VTubers. So you're gonna have to go through the process of remembering all of it on your own, and then you can pick up some manga and learn kanji. Hiragana and katakana really is like the one thing that I can't really think of a fun way that you can learn it. You kind of just have to learn it, right? It's the alphabet, it's the building blocks. Hiragana and katakana is the only one where you kind of just have to train yourself to learn it in a traditional way. Maybe you can listen to Amenbo no uta. No, that's not. yeah. Hiragana and katakana, you really kind of just have to remember it. I went through that too. Everybody went through the boring process of just writing it over and over again until you're used to it. I like reading manga, so back then took a leap of faith and started reading with little knowledge. Found it overwhelming, somehow improved and read faster, much smoother. Yeah. Honestly, seeing improvement in yourself is also a really good motivating factor to keep going. That leads well into my next, I guess, point is, so how do you consistently improve your language skills? After, you pick up how to write hiragana and katakana, how to read hiragana and katakana, you have a basic understanding and you want to consistently improve and reach a higher level, on the pathway to fluency. What do you have to do to consistently make sure you are improving your skills? My number one tip or advice is just to surround yourself with Japanese. Whether that's hanging out with Japanese speakers or just consuming a ton of Japanese media and content every day. The key is to just never stop the input, as I've said multiple times. It's so important, right? To just surround yourself with Japanese, right? Because a lot of people learn Japanese. That's why a lot of people who are learning Japanese tend to love some sort of Japanese subculture. They improve faster and get to the highest level of proficiency because they're just consuming content all the time, or they're just using the language all the time, or they're just surrounding themselves with Japanese speakers and they're in Japanese communities all the time. When you're in that environment, if you can't move, obviously, which is why a lot of people say, right, if you want to become fluent in a language, move to a country that speaks that language. But obviously, not everyone can just pick up their bags and move to Japan, right? So what you can do instead is you can surround yourself with a community, or you can join fandoms that are, mostly Japanese. Obviously, you have to make sure you're at a level where you're not going to make mistakes that are going to cause, huge misunderstandings or offend anybody. But once you are at a basic level, I'm pretty sure most communities or fandoms are very welcome to have you join. So it's important to make friends with people who also know Japanese to some extent and try to be involved in, fandoms and communities that speak Japanese. Listening to Eve songs is like solving puzzles in Japanese. Who's Eve? Music is also a good way to learn Japanese. I've seen a lot of people who learned Japanese because they were intrigued by J-pop songs and like the lyrics in them. It always ties back to your interests. Whatever you love, whatever you are interested in, keep consuming it, look deeper into it, try and figure out the meaning behind it, and then because you love that thing and you are actually interested in trying to know more about it, it doesn't feel like you are studying, and then before you know it, you just keep growing in knowledge. You just learn more and more. Surround myself with more Japanese material is actually a bit difficult. I mean, it depends. If you enjoy watching VTubers and you're mostly for example, and you mostly watch, EN VTubers, you can try seeking out some VTubers that speak Japanese and try watching them instead, right? And I guess finding people who speak Japanese can be difficult depending on your situation. Because in some places in the world, it's really hard to find Japanese people, and it's always good to have somebody who actually speaks Japanese like really fluently or at a native level, because they're able to pick up on your mistakes and guide you to the right direction. Seek out JP Genshin players? Ooh, interesting. Wait, talk to them in EN first, communicate later, Twitter or Discord. Speaking, writing partner achieved. Wow. Wow. After I got interested in Japanese players of a game I really like and watch their streams, I can feel how much my Japanese improved. Yeah, exactly. See, everybody agrees. You just consume content and then slowly your Japanese will improve. Wow, how easy. The stream could have ended in 5 minutes. Just keep watching what you love, consuming the content that you love in Japanese, and you will slowly notice yourself improving. And again, the reason why a lot of people get stuck at kanji and why kanji is oftentimes one of the things that, improves the slowest, I guess, is because most, content that people really enjoy consuming comes from content that involves more listening, right? Like watching anime, VTubers, streamers, like that. The few people I know who are really, really good with kanji and really good at reading are people who got into Japanese or, decided to learn Japanese because they love reading Japanese novels. They're a huge fan of some Japanese authors, or, they really like Japanese visual novels, or they really love manga. The people who are more into the written materials are always the people who are better with kanji and better at reading. Literally, what you are good at is usually a direct reflection of what type of media you enjoy consuming. I personally don't read a lot, which is why I'm a lot weaker with reading in comparison to my listening. The cute friends are just not really into Japanese culture. That's where you have to kind of like branch out, I guess, onto Twitter and other social media platforms to try and connect with people. Using hashtags is a good way. I remember I used to have this, I don't know what happened to them. I haven't talked to them in a while, but I used to have this Twitter mutual who listened to the same Seiyu radio as me, and they replied to one of my live tweets when I used the hashtag, and I was talking about how, I was listening from Australia, and then they replied like, oh my god, wait, somebody from Australia is listening to this radio, and then we started like this long thread of conversation. It was really fun. Using hashtags is a good way. And again, as somebody said before, joining in chat is a really good way. Are you Australia or Japanese? I am... How do I explain this? okay, look, it's a kind of a pain to hide it at this point, so I'm just gonna make it clear. I'm Chinese, but I grew up in Australia, and I self-studied Japanese until around high school, and then I took a few Saturday classes, and now I'm fluent in 3 languages. There we go. That's me. That's why I can speak 3 languages. Environmental factors plays more in the other 2 languages I speak, Chinese and English, but Japanese is the only one where I would say self-study and just, I guess, my interests and passion played a bigger role in how I learned it, which is why I think I can give some advice. Zetarumi. Yeah, hello. And Kyoko, is your first time in chat, isn't it? Hello, welcome. And Reina too, welcome. Oh my god, I wasn't even realizing how many new people were in chat. Welcome. I hope you found something useful. I feel like I've been going all over the place. Oh well, it's fine. This is how unscripted content is supposed to be like. Where city in China? You can take a guess. If you can guess it, I'll tell you. I mean, I grew up in Australia, so I can only tell you where my parents are from. But, what was I talking about before? Back to my point. So if for you, consuming content in Japanese or using the language isn't a chore, but something that you enjoy and would do anyway, even if you weren't trying to learn Japanese, you'll just find yourself improving a lot faster and with less effort. I think the reason why a lot of people search up stuff like, how do I learn Japanese quickly? Or how do I become fluent in Japanese in a year or something like that, is because they want a shortcut. They want to be able to, put in less effort and, reach a high level of proficiency, which is not really a good mindset to have, but definitely trying to learn Japanese through content that you actually enjoy is the only real, I guess, shortcut to improving faster and with less effort, I think. Kanji without studying Chinese would have been very horrible. Yeah, I think a little bit of knowledge in Chinese definitely helps with kanji acquisition. One, you're just more familiar with the shapes, right, of the characters, and sometimes the meaning is very similar. You just can't 100% rely on it. If you try to 100% rely on Chinese knowledge for Japanese kanji, you're gonna fail at some point. You're gonna make a huge mistake at some point, right? Like, I always use the same example because there's a lot of examples, but I always use the same example of daijoubu, which when you write daijoubu in Japanese, it's 大丈夫 in Chinese, which is like what, big husband? Like, it's like completely irrelevant to each other. So you definitely can't completely rely on Chinese knowledge for Japanese kanji. Hello Emma, welcome back. Does it count as trilingual, have native in English, Chinese, and Cantonese? Yeah, you could consider that. I would say Cantonese is a separate language. You can that counts as trilingual, I think. I mean, I can't speak Cantonese at all. I only know 你好嗎? No, 唔識講廣東話. That's all I know. But yeah, I'd say that counts as trilingual. Don't look up shortcut videos. They're unhelpful. Yeah, definitely. You ask yourself, do you actually like the language? Yeah, back to my introduction, I guess. It's really important to consider your own goals first. Set your own goals. What kind of proficiency and level you are aiming for, and ask yourself why you want to learn, and what you're aiming for, essentially. If you want to watch anime without subtitles, if you want to work in Japan, people have very different reasons for learning Japanese, and depending on what your ultimate goal is and what level of proficiency you are aiming for, the amount of effort you need to put in and the type of materials that you have to interact with is really different. Mana, thank you for sticking around. I mean, you didn't really need my tips because you're already Nihongo Jozu. Mana's probably better at reading Japanese than I am. I can barely understand otome game kanji. Thank you for hanging around, Mana. Good night. Blah blah blah. In my case, I like Japanese. When I was self-studying, I record stuff I heard in anime and other videos, and I search up the grammar. Yeah, having a genuine interest and passion for learning the language, as for learning anything really, not just languages, is very, very, very important to getting better. Wait, my laptop's gonna run out of battery. Ah! I just hit my microphone. Wait, let me charge my laptop. Blah. Oh yeah, another really important point I wanted to make, and this is kind of from my own experience as well, or like what I've seen in other people, because I did go to Japanese Saturday school for a few years, and I am a Japanese major in university right now, and also my university has a lot of international students who English is not their first language. So what I see in a lot of people who are learning a new language is that oftentimes they're scared to make mistakes in, the second language or third language that they're currently trying to improve on. And they're so scared of embarrassing themselves, or are like really nervous and unconfident, that they just avoid having conversations with people in the new language. And I think that is like the number one, I guess, trait or practice that stops people from improving. It's so important to not be afraid of using Japanese. It's so important. In my opinion, that is like number one thing that's stopping consistent growth and improvement. Being afraid, being too nervous to speak, and just being scared of making mistakes, and not taking every opportunity you can to speak the language and engage in conversations with other people in Japanese, that is the number one thing that is going to stop consistent growth and improvement in terms of speaking. Can charge my phone's battery. Okay. Blah blah blah. Took Japanese class a couple years ago, and I think we ended up N4. Ooh. Work in the same place, learn Japanese, how to use it. Don't know how to use it. Honestly, in order to learn how to use Japanese, like actually how to apply it to your everyday life, right? Again, it's really important to actually talk to people in Japanese, which sounds really obvious, but you'll be surprised at how many people don't do this. Or I'm surprised at how many people don't do this. Like, because for me, I love Japanese so much. For me, every single time I had the opportunity to speak Japanese, or every time I met a Japanese person or somebody who could speak Japanese, I was so excited. I was like, oh my god, I can finally use this new language that I learned from anime, right? That I was trying to improve on. For me, I viewed it as an opportunity and as an exciting, event every single time I met somebody who was Japanese or could speak Japanese. And I would really, really excitedly go up to them and start speaking in Japanese and try to see if they understood what I was saying, and, try to have a conversation. And maybe back then I was really cringe. I made mistakes. My grammar was all over the place, and maybe they were laughing at me inside, saying, haha, this foreigner trying to speak Japanese and failing. But you know what? To me back then, I didn't care. I just loved the language so much, and I was just so excited to be able to use it. And honestly, having that kind of mindset actually propels you to grow faster, I think. That's what you have to do to train it. Like using Japanese comments. Yeah. As long as you're able to make sure that you're not, being really misleading or, God forbid, offensive, you really shouldn't worry about making grammatical mistakes or, you know, like embarrassing yourself. That's something that you really should, that's a mindset that you really, really, really have to brush off. I think if you watch VTubers, they will say this to you as well. Like, I think who was, I think it was Shu. Shu made a comment about people who English was their second language always like apologizing and saying, oh, sorry for my bad English, sorry if my English is wrong. And he was saying that you really don't need to apologize for that. And like people who are fluent in a language are more kinder than you think. I haven't met somebody who is fluent in a language themselves make fun of somebody else who's not fluent by laughing at, you know, their grammar or something. Usually people who are fluent are very welcoming and understanding of people who are still learning. And more often than not, we're very willing to try and help you fix any mistakes that you have in a, you know, friendly way, not to make fun of you if you want us to help. And we're very willing to help you grow and improve. So yeah, just chill. Yeah, don't worry too much about it. Actually be a long lost twin from an alternate timeline. Too much common points. Long lost twins. Yeah, don't worry over making mistakes. Overcome it. Yeah, Japanese people really appreciate foreigners learning Japanese. Again, as long as you're not, you know, being offensive or rude, which you can kind of, I think you can understand what is offensive and rude. I think the rules are pretty similar between different languages, you know, what kind of things are okay to say and what are not. As long as you're being careful with not being offensive or rude, I think Japanese people are Japanese streamers are very, very welcome for people who are learning Japanese to be in their chat and engage in the conversation. I see so many Japanese VTubers, both corporate and indie VTubers, like specifically introduce themselves in English in like their description and captions, which, you know, really shows that they're very welcoming to foreign viewers, and they don't mind if you don't understand everything that they're saying. They don't mind if, you know, you might have to chat in English sometimes. They don't mind if you can only use basic Japanese. They're happy to have you there. They're happy to have you there. So you really don't have to worry too much about it. Once played Galactic Phones with JP streamers once. It was exhilarating. I haven't played games with Japanese streamers before. I would love to, but I'm not friends with any Japanese streamers. Sag. I need to maybe if I get a live 2D debut, I can make more friends with VTubers and I can try to collab with Japanese streamers. And then if you guys are trying to learn Japanese, you can watch me and then you can improve your Japanese. Sag. Yeah, Sag. I don't have any streamer friends because right now I'm more like a voice actor who streams every week. So I don't even have streamer in my profile because I stream once a week and I use a PNG, and I'm still kind of learning. So yeah, maybe one day I will make friends and have collabs. One day. But yeah, for now I'm probably just going to be doing a just chatting stream on a specific topic one week, and then the next week I'll probably play a game and then chat again. I hope my streams have been fun for you guys. It's mostly just chatting, really. Alright everybody, that's the cue. It's time to go bankrupt now. I am a secret project reveal for everybody who's in chat right now. I am currently working on getting a live 2D model. So, yeah, Erisha VTuber arc real soon. It's a spoiler for my viewers because a lot of people who follow me on social media don't actually come and watch my streams. So, just for you guys who are actually here in chat, spoiler, I will probably be getting a live 2D model in the next few months. So yeah, VTuber debut real soon. Okay, we're off topic now. What was I talking about before? Blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, people who are excited to use the new language that they're learning and don't think too much or worry about whether they're making mistakes or not improve faster. That was me, and honestly, every single person I've seen who improved really, really quickly had the same kind of mindset. They just really, really loved the language they were learning, and they were excited for every single opportunity they had to use the language. They would actively go out of their way to use the language, and the more they use it, of course, the better they got, right? So not being too nervous and not worrying about making mistakes is really, really important in my opinion. Remember making a cringe mistake once? Somebody wrote lisu, which means squirrel. My lisu って何? Gotta work now? Okay, see you, Tausig. I'll wait for your 2D model. Yeah, I'm currently working on the model right now. Hopefully I can find a good rigger to rig my model as well. I haven't contacted somebody for rigging yet. I have to look into that. But yeah, I am working with an artist right now. I just have to find somebody to help me with rigging and see if my current setup is good enough to run a live 2D model with a game. I have tested with just a live 2D model and it works okay, but I haven't tested if it can simultaneously run a game and a model. If it doesn't, I'm gonna have to look into upgrading my PC as well. But yeah, lots of upgrades happening. I'm really, really lucky that, I'm just a PNG tuber right now, and yet I can have, 16, 17 people in chat. I am so lucky to have all of you here. I was watching a new JP streamer yesterday, and he was talking about how when he first started streaming, and he started off with a PNG as well. When he said his first few streams, it would be just 0 people in chat, and sometimes the 0 would change to 1, and he would say, oh, hi, and then nobody would respond, and then it would go back to 0, and it was really depressing. He's a pretty big streamer now, but when he told that story, I thought about how that's probably how it was like for a lot of people who first start streaming. You just have to face that 0 in chat. You just have to talk to yourself, and there's just nobody engaging with you. And I just thought about how lucky I was that I, had friends and followers on Twitter, and, some people who have worked with me before, decide to join in from my first stream, even though it was scuffed and it was just chatting. And every single stream I do now, I have some regular people who come and watch me, and I have so many new viewers today. I just wanted to say and express my gratitude, and just I'm so lucky to have so many people in chat, even though I've only been streaming for 2 months. I only stream once a week. I'm just a PNG and we're just chatting, and yet I can have so many of you here with me. That makes me really, really happy, and I'm really grateful. Thank you so much, guys. It's just my content and voice acting, and that makes me really happy. A lot of people have actually said that, they decided to subscribe or they come to watch me because they enjoy my content, and that makes me really, really happy. Makes me really happy, and it makes me motivated to make more good content too. I am working on new voice acting videos as well. I have to hand in a few essays for my final assessments. After that, I have a comic dub. Another spoiler. I have a comic dub that I'm planning to do. I got permission from an artist to dub over a short comic that they did. So, really excited to do that. And I am planning to try and voice a few more characters, popular characters from recent shows that released, the shorts videos I've been making. I voiced Yor, I voiced Shikimori, I voiced Marion. I don't know if I can get one out next week. I'll have to see how I proceed on my essay. But yeah, I am working on making more voice acting content too. I know a certain new VTuber, when he first started, the only one conversing with him during his Mario Kart streams was just me. I'm sure that streamer really appreciated having you in chat. I can only imagine how, I guess, sad it would be to just be alone by yourself in a stream. The stream I was talking about just then, he was saying how when you repeat a few streams with 0 viewers, you start to kind of like question yourself, like, why am I even streaming? Who am I talking to? This is so sad, and you start to get into a really negative mindset. So I'm sure just having one person in chat that is actually, you know, having a conversation with you and responding to you, that must be so reassuring. That makes me want to join in some indie VTubers and streamers chat. Might try that sometime. Oh, I need some water. Wow. I came from Twitter and it's my first time watching. I think I'll continue to watch. Oh, thank you, Reina. Thank you. That makes me really happy. That makes me really happy. I'm actually so happy to have you guys here. Oh my god. I said this a lot when I had my first few streams, but one of my biggest fears was to have nobody in chat, and then like I would like struggle to come up with topics to talk about, and then it would just be really awkward, and I would feel, I was not good as a streamer because I couldn't keep up with what was I couldn't keep on talking and make it interesting. I had so many worries and anxieties about not having anybody in chat in the beginning, and I have so many of you here now, and yeah, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Thank you for being here, everyone. Really do happy when my request is fulfilled. Yeah, I'm really happy to listen to viewer suggestions and requests if it's also something that, I'm interested in doing. Like when you suggested voicing Shikimori, I also wanted to try voicing her, so it's everyone's first time, so progress will come. Yeah. I'm still trying to improve my streaming skills. I feel like I'm still not very good at keeping up with chat and trying to, I guess, stay on topic. That's I'm still working on that. I think it's also a problem that I don't have a proper streaming setup. I read chat from my phone, by the way, guys. I read chat from my phone, and my phone is tiny. Sometimes, oh my god, in my Japanese only stream, it was so embarrassing because I kept like reading things wrong because my screen is so small, and as I explained before, my reading skills are not as high as my listening and speaking skills for Japanese, so I kept reading stuff wrong. It was so embarrassing. But yeah, we're kind of off topic now. Let's go back to talking about learning Japanese. Oh my god, wait, it's only been an hour and a half? Man, I must have talked a lot. I thought it would take like 2 hours to go through a lot of my points about learning Japanese, but I guess it's only been an hour and a half. Indie VTuber? I might check them out. I've been checking out a lot more Japanese speaking VTubers lately. I try read chat from my phone when streaming. Yeah, that must be a common practice between people who don't have a streaming setup. Sag. I could do it from my iPad. That might be better. I don't even have like a stand that I can put my iPad on though. Man. What was I talking about before? Oh yeah, the final point I had on my, I guess, notes list for improving Japanese is the key again is to just keep surrounding yourself with Japanese and actively use Japanese. Seek every opportunity to speak Japanese and see that opportunity, the opportunity to speak with a fluent Japanese speaker, the opportunity to use Japanese in some sort of way as something exciting, something that's going to help you get better rather than something that's scary and intimidating. That's my final tip, I guess, for achieving fluency in Japanese. Just PC and phone. I don't even have a PC. I just have a laptop. I have a laptop, iPad. My iPad is like 10 years old. And a phone. And when I stream games, I have to use my dad's PC. I am thinking about getting my own PC set up. I'm just not really familiar with PC parts and I'm still trying to learn. I talked to a few friends about upgrading to a PC, and I kind of, at first I wanted to just get a pre-built PC because I don't want to think about building it myself. That seems so stressful. But then I talked to a few friends and acquaintances about it, and they were just like, no, you can't buy a pre-built. You have to buy the separate parts. You have to build it yourself because otherwise it's a rip-off. And then now I'm feeling like I have to buy the parts separately and build it somehow, but I don't know how to build a PC, and it's just right, being interested is important. Yeah, it's very important. Very, very important. Back to what I was saying before about people that I see a lot in my university and I guess in my Japanese class and stuff that I've been in. It baffles me every single time when there's somebody in my class who, like, for example, in a Japanese class, right? Obviously, we're supposed to speak Japanese. Like, isn't that the point? We're in Japanese class, right? If you're in Japanese class, your aim is to study Japanese, learn Japanese, and improve Japanese. So naturally, when we're in like a breakout room or something, well, I will speak to them in Japanese. I'll be like, じゃあ何話そうか? Just like, start off in Japanese. And then these people will respond to me in English. And I'm just like, we're in Japanese class. Why are you not using the opportunity to speak Japanese? There's not many opportunities to talk to Japanese people or Japanese speakers in Australia. And, Japanese class is one of the only places where where you get to speak Japanese. Why are you speaking English to me? I don't understand. That's something that's always baffled me, really. Writing practice for English as well. Don't actually practice. Just write my own novel for fun. Yeah, people who are able to turn their hobbies, are kind of able to make their hobbies and learning into like one thing are very lucky. I'm also one of those lucky people. I can kind of combine my hobby with language learning, which is why I'm always subconsciously doing things to improve. And it doesn't feel like I'm trying to learn or putting in effort to learn. It's just me enjoying my hobbies and I'm learning in the process. At least they respond to you. I mean, you're right. K さんがいつも日本語で話してくれるのすごい助かりますよ。ありがとうございます。That's the reality of Japanese class. Yeah, sad. And it's not just Japanese either. There's so many international students who, they maybe come from China and they're in a Australian university to learn English, right? Or maybe that's not their goal. Maybe they were forced to come to this university by their parents. I don't know what their goals and motivations are. But for me, because we have to present our discussions and findings to the tutor in English, I want to discuss in English. But then every single time when there's more than 2 people with a Chinese name in the classroom, everybody just starts speaking in Chinese. And I'm just like, guys, please, we have to share our findings to the tutor in English. Also, this is an English class. We have to hand in assignments in English. Why are we having this discussion in Chinese? I don't understand. It's just It always baffles me when people don't speak in the language that they're supposed to be learning. I guess it's hard for me to understand because I genuinely love the language that I speak or the languages that I'm trying to learn. And maybe for some people that's not their goal. They don't actually like love the language or really want to learn the language. They're just learning it for the sake of it. And when that is your goal or motivation, it's definitely harder to improve, I think. Tadaima Twang. Welcome back. Okaeri. That's why I think the best we use Japanese is to real Japanese people who can't speak English in Japan. Yeah, that's a really good point. That's why a lot of people, when giving advice on how to improve, your language skills, is to move to a country that exclusively speaks that language that you're trying to learn, right? Because it not only puts you in an environment where you're surrounded by people who speak that language, but it also forces you to speak that language because you don't have a oh my god, my trilingual brain is getting messed up. I was gonna say 退路。没有退路って英語と日本語ってなんて言うの？待って頭が混乱してる。逃げ道がない。Wait, I can. The only language I don't know how to say this in is English. Wait. Somebody who's bilingual, save me. You can't run away from it, I guess. Yeah. You can't run if you are in an environment where everybody around you can only speak Japanese. It forces you to only speak Japanese because, for example, if speaking English is easier for you and you have a tendency of kind of running away from speaking Japanese because you're scared of making mistakes. So every single time you're talking to a bilingual person who can speak both English and Japanese, you choose to speak English. Then, if I throw you into an environment where there's no bilingual people, every single person around you can only speak Japanese, you can't speak English anymore. You're forced to speak Japanese because if you speak English to these people, you can't communicate. And then when you get forced to speak only that one language, of course, that helps to propel you to improve. So, yeah. It was just brain be like loading. Yeah, me. The trilingual struggles are real. Oh my god, I need some water. One of the ultimate ways to learn Japanese is to understand the punchline of the joke. You kind of need to get a higher than basic level understanding of Japanese before you can start to understand punchlines of jokes, though, I think. I feel like once you notice that you can understand like Japanese specific jokes, that's when you're starting to move away from basic to intermediate level. Yeah. One thing I remember really clearly is my grandpa being impressed at my Japanese. It was my mom was telling my grandpa that I understand Japanese now, and my grandpa wasn't impressed at first, but then my mom told him that I could listen to Japanese radio and laugh. And then all of a sudden he was really, really impressed because to him, if I was able to consume content exclusively in Japanese and understand the jokes and understand enough contextual meaning and understand, the punchlines of the jokes to a level where it would make me laugh, that means I had a pretty high level of understanding and proficiency already. So that's an interesting point. I think if you get to a point where you can understand the punchline of a joke in Japanese, you can consider yourself moving into intermediate level. Once you actually learn some and try to translate, you go, damn it, I can't make this one-to-one because English just doesn't work that way. I have to lose something in translation. Oh my god, yes. Tuan, that's such a translator struggle. I struggle with that so much when I translate scripts. There are some language specific things that don't translate perfectly into another language. It's such a translator struggle, which is why I think people who localize games and books and stuff like that are so incredible and deserve so much more credit because, like, honestly, translation is such a difficult job. Good translation, like trying to make sure nothing gets lost in translation and trying to keep the cultural and contextual, like context of everything while translating one language to another is so difficult, and translators who are able to do it well deserve so much more credit. It makes me so upset when translators don't get credited for their work on stuff, because as a translator myself, as somebody who speaks multiple languages and knows how difficult it can be to translate meaning between, different languages, it makes me so sad to see translators sometimes not getting credit for what they do. That's why I like Japanese gag too. Yeah, Japanese gag is really funny. I speak Vietnamese, English, and Japanese now too, so I'm studying a translation course. Wow, cool. I'm actually really interested in maybe doing a course in translation too, but we'll see. I am doing a little bit of translation work already, but it's just freelance work, so I don't really have any professional qualifications. I just have JLPT N1. I think we can soon move into talking about JLPT specifically, since it's almost been 2 hours. Oh, hello, Big Rice Piano! Not learning Japanese, but I hope to speak English fluently someday. Oh, wait, English is not your first language? Your English is so good, I didn't even realize. Welcome, hello. My written and hearing level is quite high. But when I'm speaking, my brain is just lagging a lot. Yeah, everybody struggles with different aspects of language learning. For me, when I was learning Japanese, my listening and speaking levels were quite high, but my writing and reading, especially reading, was really, really bad. We were talking a lot about how to improve your speaking just before. I mean, I was talking about Japanese, but honestly, a lot of the tips and I guess ideas that I've suggested in this stream kind of applies to any language that you're trying to learn. When you're trying to improve speaking, the most important aspect really is to just not be afraid of making mistakes and trying to brush away the feeling of nervousness and anxiety. Like, I understand that you can feel unconfident when you're not completely fluent in a language yet, and you might feel intimidated to try and speak in that language, especially if you're talking to a fluent speaker. You might be afraid that you're going to make mistakes and embarrass yourself in front of them, but I was saying that most fluent speakers don't feel that way towards people who are still learning another language. Usually we're very encouraging and willing to help you get better and practice. So the key is to just keep surrounding yourself with that language that you're trying to learn. Keep actively using it and see every opportunity to speak that language or to speak with a fluent speaker of that language as something exciting and something that's going to help you get better rather than something scary or intimidating. Translation come along with a better one. It matches the intended meaning. Some folks get mad at them for bad translation. Yeah, translation is so subjective. There's been a lot of drama in localizations and translation communities of people not agreeing with what works or not. I've definitely had those moments too where I looked at an official translation of something and I was like, this doesn't perfectly transcribe the amount of emotion and meaning that was in the original. And I think about how I could retranslate it to make it better, But yeah, it's really difficult. Translation is such a difficult job to do. Especially when you are interpreting. There are times where you can't listen to some of the words spoken and you have to guess what was already said. It's very difficult. Translating and interpreting is really difficult. Most important is must enjoy it, not make it as burden. Yeah, exactly. People who actually enjoy seeing themselves get better at a language or enjoy consuming the content that's in, the language that they're trying to learn are always, in my opinion, from what I've seen, these types of people are always the people who improve the fastest. A lot of times when you're reading someone else's translation, it gets irritating because they try to translate everything. Yeah, translation is really subjective. Everybody has a different style of translation, and it's really interesting. Maybe we can do a stream where we try to translate something together on stream. More stream ideas, let's go. But yeah. Oh, it's almost 2 hours. I think we can move into talking about JLPT. Now that we've spoken a lot about language acquisition and how to achieve a higher level of proficiency, how to become fluent, I think we can start talking a bit more focused on JLPT. So, what did I have in my notes? By the way, before I start talking about this, how many of you in chat right now have taken the JLPT test or are planning to take the JLPT test? For me, I took JLPT last year, the December round. So the last one, actually. Yeah, exactly. That was the last one. Next one is July, I think. So yeah, I just took the JLPT, the last round of JLPT. And I took N1 and I passed with full marks in language knowledge and listening. For reading, as I've explained in this stream, I'm not really good at reading. So my reading score was, what was it? I think I got like 40 something out of 60, which is not bad, but it's not the best. Yeah. I intend to. Yo. What level are you intending to take? I think I'll be focusing on giving tips mostly for people who are aiming for N1 and N2, because I mean that's what I guess it's not good to put N1 and N2 together because they do say N2 is significantly easier than N1. I probably can offer more advice for N1 because that's what I specifically, I guess, studied for. Haven't taken it, but my Japanese teacher told us that the level we're at was right for N4. I would like to in December, but I have to see how much I improve in this month. Interesting. But yeah, I think a key thing to note is a lot of if you want the qualification because it's useful for job applications, most jobs say N2 to N1. So if you're not too confident, you can always try to go for N2 first and aim for N1 again in the future. Or, just having N2 is usually sufficient for whatever you're trying to apply. Unless it's like a really, language dependent kind of position. But they do say that the level of difficulty, like the jump in difficulty between N1 and N2 is really, really huge. So if you're not very confident, it's better to start off with taking N2. I was actually considering taking N2 as well, but my friends and family convinced me that I was Nihongo Jozu, so I took N1, and thankfully it looks like I am pretty Nihongo Jozu, so it was okay, but or else I would have wasted like $100. It is important to note that you have to pay a good amount of money to take the test, so definitely only take it when you feel ready. Don't know what level I'm at, perhaps N4. I mean, I can't judge what level you guys are at. Maybe I'll do another Japanese only stream someday, and then maybe I can try and see around what level you guys are if you trust my opinion. I mean, I'm gonna have to speak I'm gonna have to actually speak to you to know exactly, but JLPT doesn't test you on speaking, it only tests you on reading, language knowledge, and listening. So yeah, me went N5. Honestly, my personal opinion with JLPT test is, if you feel like your level is, or if you only feel confident to take JLPT N5, N4, N3, just don't. Wait until you feel like you're at a level that's good enough to get at least N2, because it's a qualification, right? It's a legal document, it's a qualification that you can use in job applications. And the biggest reason why you would want to get it is not to flex or, to like show people, hey, I have N whatever. It's because it's a legitimate qualification that you can use to apply for stuff and kind of legally show your proficiency. So because most positions and anything that would require you, I guess, to show a JLPT certificate usually requires minimum N3, usually N2 or above. I would just recommend to take it when you feel like you're ready for N2. Definitely not ready yet, and that's why I won't take it. Yeah. Again, you have to spend like $90 to $100, I think, to even take the test. So if you don't feel like you're ready, definitely wait. It comes around every year, and it happens twice every year too. So no rush. Definitely take it when you feel like you're ready. Have to go hard on us. It's okay, I'm pretty strict. I would consider myself pretty strict. There are two things that I'm very strict on. Actually, no, never mind. Oh god, what did I just drop? Oh, there are multiple things that I'm very strict on, and two of them are voice acting and language. So don't worry, I will be strict. I understand Nihongo, but I can't speak it well. Well, Suzu, you will be glad to know that JLPT doesn't test your speaking skills at all. Of course it is to flex, but flex silently and flex to the interviewers. Honestly, I think it's really important to talk about this as well, but I genuinely don't see JLPT as a flex. Every single time, I want you guys to know that every single time I mention the fact that I have JLPT N1, I am not flexing. I don't think it's a flex because, again, as I said at the very beginning of the stream, just because you have JLPT N1 or N2, that's not a perfect indication of your proficiency in the language, because again, the test doesn't test your speaking skills, and there are specific ways that you can study and train yourself to pass the test, even if you're not actually that good at the language. Maybe a little more difficult for N1, but N2, I feel like you can definitely. Like, if you specifically follow a study pattern and specifically look at textbooks that are designed for you to pass JLPT, I think you can pass like N3, N2, honestly, even if your Japanese skills are actually not that high. Let me look at my notes. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, JLPT is honestly just, in my opinion, a completely different story to achieving fluency, because just like any standardized test, you can always train yourself to pass, right? Like, if your goal is to just pass and grab that qualification, there are specific ways that you can train yourself. There's no oral test, so if passing is your main goal, that's the only time where I think you can look up guides, like how to pass JLPT N1 in 6 months. Like, okay, yeah, that's actually somewhat possible if you follow the correct steps. But if you want to be fluent, don't look up videos that are like how to become fluent in Japanese in 6 months. Like, no, that's not going to be helpful. But if your goal is to pass JLPT, you can watch those videos. They might give you some actual useful tips. But of course, to pass N2 or especially N1, you'd want to be somewhat fluent already. But even if you're not really confident and you feel like you're still at a conversational level in terms of speaking, it's still like 100% possible for you to pass if you specifically study by reading through JLPT materials like textbooks and exam papers that are designed specifically based on the JLPT structure. And if you familiarize yourself with the question types and overall what the test tries to trick you on, you can pass. Just like preparing for any exam. Anybody who has gone through high school exams, there's like a specific way that you can study for exams to make sure that you can pass or get a higher score. And the biggest thing is to do past exam papers. Just familiarize yourself with the types of questions that will come up on the exam paper, and that really, really trains you to be able to do better. Hi, am I late? I mean, we've moved on to specifically talking about JLPT because we spent the first 2 hours-ish talking about how to become fluent, but we're still going. We're still discussing, so you're not late. As long as I'm still streaming, you're not late. It's all good. But yeah, we're specifically talking about JLPT right now. Wait, I haven't even mentioned the full name. By the way, guys, JLPT stands for Japanese Language Proficiency Test. For anybody who didn't know. Instead of learning Japanese for any job requirements, I just want to be able to meet and chat with people who speak Japanese. So I'm not going to take the JLPT test. Yeah, that's totally valid. I honestly wouldn't recommend anybody to take JLPT unless they are considering or interested in applying for job positions or, you know, like internships or like traveling abroad for studying in Japanese universities and stuff like that. For those, sometimes having JLPT can be really useful, but if you're not planning to do any of that and you just want to know the language a little better, you don't have to try and study any JLPT materials or think about taking the test. You don't need it. That feeling when a Japanese say maybe your Japanese is better than theirs, you know you have leveled up. I mean, sometimes they say it to flatter you as well, so I get told that a lot actually, but I don't believe them because I feel like they're just trying to flatter me. The only one that knows my true level is myself. I know that I'm still lacking in a lot of areas, so I try not to let people flatter me. I think that's another important mindset to have, to not to keep feeling like you can be better. Like, even if everybody around you, including native Japanese speakers, tell you like, oh my god, your Japanese is so good, I can't even like tell that you're not Japanese, oh my god, like your Japanese is literally better than mine. Even if people say that to you, don't let that stop you from trying to improve even more. Don't let that stop you from feeling like you can be better. That's a really important mindset to have for anything, really, not just language learning. Whether it's voice acting, singing, video editing, sports, music, whatever, cooking. Like, just because everybody around you praises you a lot and tell you that you're perfect already, you always should tell yourself that you can still get better. That's the key to consistently improving, I think. Yep. Applies to all other languages as well. Listen to various recordings of all kinds of quality. Oh yeah, true. You might run into a circumstance where you have to listen to a very poor quality. Oh my god. During the JLPT exam last year that I took, we took it in a university, and they used the speakers to play the audio, and the audio quality was so shit. I was sitting at like the back of the classroom and I was so angry because I know my listening levels are really, really high, but because the audio was so muffled and I was sitting at the back, I was having trouble picking up some of the things that they were saying, and that stressed me out so much because I really, really wanted to get full marks, and I was worried that the muffled audio quality was going to stop me from getting full marks. But it's okay because I came out with full marks anyway. I really, really wanted to get full marks on listening so that I can convince people that listening to Seiyu radio is a good way to train your listening. Finally back from work just in time. Hello, hello. Why are you suppressing food from the public? Welcome. Well, I think the same, but I'll take that flatter and know I've leveled up. The very important thing is not to stay at that level. Yeah, exactly. Don't let it stop you. Keep grinding. Yeah, very important. Very important. Yeah, you can take the flatter. It's important to get praise as well too. If you feel like you're never improving and nobody, ever, I guess, encourages you, that can also be another thing that, stops you from improving. So balance is very important. Reward yourself for any improvements that you see, but also keep the mindset that you can always be better if you want to consistently improve. I think that's really important. Almost failed from even getting an N5 just because of that. Oh my god, yeah, the audio quality is such a big thing. I think another really interesting factor in terms of listening tests, at least, is, I guess this is not as much of a problem with Japanese, but some English speakers, when they have to take standardized tests like TOEIC and stuff, with like the listening tests, some people discuss how they find certain English accents easier to listen to than others. Like, some people find American accents easier, some people find British accent easier, some people find Australian accents easier, and there's also a difference between how well you can pick up the language depending on whether it's a male or female speaker. I forgot what the study suggests. Was it male or female voices that was easier to retain? I forgot, but it's very important to diversify the type of content that you listen to, because if you only ever listen to female, I guess, streamers or voice actors, and you never really listen to male voice, and on your test it's a male voice speaking, you're gonna have a harder time picking it up. So I think Tuan or somebody else suggested this before, but it's really important to diversify the type of content that you're watching and listening to so that you can prepare yourself for all kinds of situations, especially if you are planning to take a test like JLPT. Don't know how to start studying Japanese. I'm still perfecting my English. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this stream was supposed to be focused on Japanese study, but I feel like after talking for a little over 2 hours, I feel like a lot of the things that we've discussed are kind of relevant to language learning in general, and sometimes not even just about languages, sometimes about anything. Because if I were to summarize my key points from before you joined the chat, my number one point from when we were talking about how to achieve fluency before was to just make sure you are learning from consuming content that you actually genuinely enjoy, and you have to use passion and interest as a driving force, because that's what will propel you to grow faster and with less effort. That was basically my biggest point from before. And if you think about it, that's not something that's only applicable. I can't English today, but yeah, that's not something that you can only apply to language learning. You can apply that to learning anything, right? Having passion and interest as a driving force for whatever you're learning is always going to be more effective than, oh, I need to get this qualification, or oh, I want to be able to, just get better. Like, if you have a really specific I guess, driving force behind why you want to learn something, it makes it a lot easier. Like, for example, if you're learning the violin and your motivation is to be able to play your favorite anime opening, that can be your motivation, right? And you might, be able to go through training through pieces that you're not as interested in because you're motivated to get to a level where you're able to play the pieces that you want to play, right? You have to use your interests to motivate yourself. Noises from the environment also crap. Oh my god, yeah. I think one of my friends was saying that when she took the JLPT test, I think it was the guy sitting in front of her or next to her kept tapping his pen or something, and it was really, really distracting. Oh my god, that would suck. But yeah, environmental factors you kind of can't control. You just have to make sure you're as prepared as possible. Being on the internet for a year and I don't know what to do in terms of learning languages. Sometimes just being on the internet can actually propel you to learn a language. If you are if on social media you follow, celebrities and people, that tweet in languages that you don't speak. Like I was saying that I learned a lot of kanji from reading Japanese tweets from voice actors and mangakas that I follow because I'm interested in what they're saying. I want to know what they're saying. So naturally, I look up like any kanji that I don't know, and the process of that is different to say when I'm reading a textbook and I'm reading, I don't know, some passage about a ramen shop in Japan and how it was founded in 1963 and I see a kanji that I don't know and I have to look it up in a dictionary because it's a classroom task that I'm doing. That versus me searching up a kanji I don't understand from a tweet from a voice actor I like is completely two different things. One, I'm doing it because it kind of feels like my job, like it's a task that I have to complete in class, and the other one is me trying to understand a tweet from somebody that I like and care about, and the reward I get for putting in the effort to understand that new kanji is I get to know what they're saying. You see, like by trying to learn a language through something you have a genuine interest and passion in, you are basically just giving yourself a reward every time you succeed at learning something new. So it's honestly the perfect learning method. More water. Oh my god, I feel like I've talked about so much, but it's only been 2 hours. Oh my god. What else did I have on my list? JLPT 大阪人の話を聞かなければならない時点で地獄にいることを実感。でもね、大阪弁とか違う表現、違う方言は多分アニメとかで結構それって逆にアニメ見るの結構役に立つかも。私大阪弁大体わかるんだよね。なんでかっていうと大阪弁で喋るアニメキャラ多いから。I think in terms of dialects in Japanese, if you feel like you don't understand anything the moment somebody starts speaking with a dialect, that's actually something you can familiarize yourself with through anime, because there's lots of anime characters that speak in different dialects. Especially Osaka Ben is very, very common in anime. Watched a video of a news channel in JP talking about catching people stealing money from shrines donation boxes. Oh wow, there was a revision of the word. Is that taiho? Oh my god, I can't kanji. Is that it? Taiho? So taiho? Atteru, yokatta. I'm so unconfident in my kanji reading skills. I guess we've talked a lot about speaking and listening, So let's move on to talking about reading and language knowledge, because that's also another part of that's the bigger part really of JLPT. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like a lot of people struggle with reading, especially in N1. N1 reading is really, really hard. It's really, really hard. And in terms of listening, as we suggested before, it's very important to, prepare yourself for different situations where the audio quality might be not as good, or you need to get yourself used to, differing tones and differing, try to listen to different types of people speaking. Make sure you are familiar with both a male and female speaking Japanese. And if you can, try to listen to people who speak at different speeds and with different intonations. That can help in case, you run into something that you're unfamiliar with. Try to familiarize yourself with as much as possible. And then in terms of language knowledge and reading, language knowledge is kanji, vocabulary, and grammar, I think. Grammar, as I explained before, I think when we talked about grammar before, I think grammar, instinct is really important with grammar. People who are good with grammar tend to have good linguistic talent. It's kind of instinctual. Is instinctual even a word? But yeah, being good at grammar usually is very linked to instincts, but you can pick up correct grammar patterns by making sure that you are consuming a lot of content from native speakers. I noticed my grammar getting a lot better after I started listening to Seiyu radio, because when you listen to people have real life conversations about different things, that's when you get used to more of the common grammar patterns that are used in everyday life, and you can familiarize yourself more with that. And then in terms of kanji, it's pretty much impossible to predict what kind of kanji are going to come up on the test. So the only thing you can do is to just increase your repertoire. I still don't know how to say that word. Wait, I need to search up how to pronounce repertoire. Is it repertoire? Repertoire. Wait. I need to listen to how to say this word. I forgot. Repertory. なんて言うんだっけ? Repertoire. Okay. It's repertoire. Repertoire. Okay, I got it. Clarice, hello. Thank you. Repertoire. Yep, I got it. Thank you. Repertoire. Okay, but yeah. In order to increase your repertoire, you really just have to try and input as many new kanji as you can. That's the most difficult one, really. And then vocabulary. What's the best way to learn vocabulary? I stand by my point that if you are specifically studying to pass JLPT, buy textbooks. If you are trying to pass JLPT, you should buy textbooks. That's when you should buy textbooks. If you are trying to become fluent in Japanese, you don't need textbooks. Go join a Japanese VTubers chat, or go make friends with people who speak Japanese. That's more useful. But if you are trying to pass JLPT, buy a textbook. That's when buying textbooks and buying, sample questions and past exam papers, or like people who formulate exam papers in the same sort of style as JLPT, buying those sort of practice papers and buying textbooks on training you for JLPT, those are actually useful, because again, it's a standardized test. You can't predict the exact questions that are going to come up, but you can familiarize yourself with the type of questions and tricks that they try to put you into. So the best way is to actually get textbooks and go through sample exams. Report? Wait, is it report? Wait, let me search that up too. Now we're just discussing how to pronounce English words. Grammar with instinct? Yeah. I find grammar the most difficult to teach to other people, because when people ask me like, how do you know this is that? I'm just like, I don't know. I just know. Grammar is the most difficult thing to teach. It's very, very instinctual. For me, grammar is really instinctual for all the languages I speak, so it's really hard to teach. Oh wait, it's not report, it's report? Oh, okay. I get why it's confusing now. I learned vocab from reading manga. Yeah, manga is honestly just like such a good material for learning a lot of things, whether that's vocab, kanji, or just everything really. Manga's not good for like trying to get used to everyday conversation. I guess it depends on the type of manga that you're reading. If you're reading like slice of life, high school romance, it might help you with every aspect. But if you're reading like supernatural fantasy, shonen, whatever, you might like your repertoire might end up becoming like all these hisatsuwaza, which is not really good. But manga in general, I think, is really helpful. God, I've been talking like non-stop for what, 2 hours and a half. There's a lot of people in chat today, and not everybody is participating in chat, and I want to be able to make this entertaining or useful for everyone who's here. So I've been trying my best to not take breaks and keep talking without stopping. Thanks for the stream. Oh, I'm glad if it's been enjoyable or useful. You want to learn Japanese now? That's great. Honestly, Japanese is a really great language. There's so much amazing Japanese subculture that you can only experience when you actually know the language yourself. So if you enjoy Japanese subculture, I would highly recommend trying to pick up the language. I mean, stuff like localizations and, subtitled anime and stuff are more, easy to access nowadays. But as somebody who does speak multiple languages, I always try to tell people that there's a charm to being able to consume content in its original language. Oh, Suzu, you have to go? Okay, see you. Thank you for being here again. Good luck with your Japanese studies. I hope you can take the JLPT test someday. I think your Japanese is really good, by the way, Suzu. You're able to catch up with my Japanese only stream pretty well, so I think you can be more confident in yourself. Me knowing when to use ga versus ha is truly, yeah. Those are the type of things that people who can't understand grammar without instinct really struggle with. It's the same with English, actually. I've tutored English before to Chinese speakers, and one of the things that I had to correct a lot in their writing was they always use the and wrong, and I had so much trouble trying to explain to them why they need to use the here but not the here. And it's just, man, I guess this is why if you want to be a teacher, you have to take an education course, because when a language is instinctual, and wait, I need to search up if instinctual is an actual word, or am I just talking out of my ass? Wait, instinctual. It is a word. Instinctual. Relating or denoting to an innate, typically fixed pattern of behavior based on instinct. Okay, instinctual is a word. Okay, my English makes sense. Let's go. But yeah, it's really hard to explain grammar or teach grammar to other people when it's very instinctual for you. So maybe I should take a course in teaching. I really enjoy teaching people stuff and giving advice, but you know, I am not professionally trained. I can only provide tips and insights based on my own personal experience, what I've seen and what I've observed and experienced. But yeah, hopefully I have been somewhat convincing with some of the points that I've made. Haven't revised Chinese for 4 years. Honestly, like, my Chinese is so rusty. I think somebody has asked me before what language I'm most comfortable with, but if I had to rank my comfortability, is that a word? Wait, I keep using, comfortable. Wait, comfortability is a word as well? Oh my god. Comfortability, the condition of being comfortable. Okay. So my language ranking in terms of comfortability is number 1 is English, number 2 Japanese, and number 3 is Chinese. My Chinese is really rusty because I only really speak Chinese with my parents, some family members, and a few friends. It's gotten better lately because, again, tying back to some of the points I made before, I noticed my Chinese improving a lot once I started hanging out in Chinese speaking communities. I joined this voice acting app that was in Chinese, and I hung around on there for 2 years or so and made a lot of friends there. And obviously, because it's a Chinese app, everybody who was on that app spoke Chinese primarily. And even though I was hanging around the Japanese voice acting circle, I still had to communicate with everybody in Chinese, right? So that kind of forced me to use Chinese even if I was not as confident with it. And after that experience, I feel like I've picked up my Chinese back a bit more. I love to learn language, my brain can't catch it. Learn France for 2 years. French. All I can say is bonjour. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Well, I can't say. I don't know French either. You know what's funny? The extent of my French knowledge comes from anime. You know, sometimes anime characters travel to French to study pastry or whatever, and they will occasionally say 1 or 2 French words. And that's the extent of my French knowledge. I just know bonjour, mademoiselle. and that's it. I forgot how to even say thank you. Yeah. Oh, and très bien. Très bien. Oh my god. There's this one anime called Yumeiro Patissier where they it's about making sweets, right? So they go to France to study, and a lot of competitions and stuff are held in France in the later parts of the series. So and there's some French teachers as well. So Mashi, yeah, I don't even know what's the correct way to pronounce it, but you know how anime characters say it? They're like, oui, bonjour, mademoiselle, merci, très bien. I only know how to speak French in a Japanese accent because the only French words I know are from anime. But yeah. I read a source that said ga is an identifier particle while ha is a topic particle. So you can imagine that you're always answering a question of what when you use ga. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's those rules, I guess, that you follow when you're learning a second language. I think if you're gonna be a tutor or teacher, you really have to familiarize yourself with those rules too, to which again I haven't been trained to teach people a language. And for me, all 3 languages that I speak are mostly instinctual. So when I speak a sentence, I don't think about a rule when I decide whether I use ga or ha. I just know which one is right, which one feels right to me is the one that I use, right? So in order for me to be able to teach people who don't have the same instinct, I have to memorize and familiarize myself with the type of rules that are used to teach second language learners. That's right. It's the same as when commenting on JP indie streamers. You gotta know Japanese to make comments, even if it's just a little. Ha and ga is the most simplistic no-brainer. I find it really difficult trying to explain to people which particle they should use because I just know it by instinct, which is why this stream as well, I've mostly tried to provide like tips and advice on how to study rather than, you know, specifically like teaching like grammar patterns and stuff like that, because I'm not qualified or trained to teach any of that. Ga is to emphasize the subject, the former half of the sentence. Interesting. I'm sure some of my teachers like taught these rules to us. Like I remember we learned like the te form and the, you know, like there's like the plain form and the whatever form, that form, that form. I just never paid attention to any of that in class because I was just like, what do you mean rules? I just know which one's right. God, I sound so entitled, but you know, that's just how first language works, right? For me, all three languages feel kind of like first languages. I don't switch between them. It just comes out as it is. So I should try to familiarize myself with some of the rules though, if I want to explain it better to other people. When you have to use the keyboard to type JPCN, just how? I always use the Romaji keyboard when I type in Japanese. I find the Aiue or like the other keyboard so difficult to use. I just use the Romaji keyboard. Oh wait, a point that I really wanted to make that I think I forgot to talk about. Talking about Romaji reminded me. For anybody who hasn't studied Japanese at school, like you haven't taken classes on it or you haven't, you know, studied Japanese through textbooks and it's only through the consumption of like anime, pop culture and, you know, stuff like that. I think, again, my recommendation is to use those resources because when it's intertwined with your passion and interest, you will grow and learn a lot faster. But you have to keep in mind that you need somebody to correct you on your mistakes. Because if you get into the habit of remembering, like if you remember the wrong thing and that becomes a habit, it's really, really, really hard to change that. And one of my bad habits from like the beginning when I was first learning Japanese was because I relied so much on listening. Like I relied so much on what I heard and sounds that when I was writing Japanese, I relied 90% on what I hear to write. So wait, I need to come up with some examples for this. For example, what was one of them? Oh my god, I can't come up with something on the spot. But there was a few things that my teachers in Japanese class had to correct me on because I relied so much on my Japanese knowledge through listening that there were a few like words that I had remembered incorrectly and I would write incorrectly and type out incorrectly because I relied so much on what I hear, and I would transcribe it directly to paper, and sometimes it was wrong and I had to condition myself to remember the correct one instead. There's a few examples. I should have written them down before the stream. I can't remember them on the top of my head. Oh my god. I think one of them is 出演, which means like 作品に出演する means like to participate or to be a part of the cast of a specific work. I'll type it out in chat actually. 出演, this word. And for me, when I listen to the word 出演, 作品に出演する, アニメに出演する, 出演, イベントに出演する. When I listen to this word being thrown around in radio and, you know, when people actually use this word in conversation, it sounded like 出演 to me, like 出演. I'll type it in hiragana. It sounded like shi, tsu, and n to me. So when I would write this word or type this word, I would write shi, tsu, and n. And then I would realize, wait, it doesn't come up. Why? And then I search up the kanji and I realize, oh, it's not shitsu-en, it's shutsu-en. And this is a really, really bad habit I had in the beginning, where I would be so confident that whatever I heard was exactly what would be written, and I would write some words wrong. Oh, I just remembered another one. Another one is hisashiburi, which is long time no see. This was one of the first things that my teacher corrected me in my first ever Japanese class. Because when I started taking Japanese classes, I was already semi-fluent. I was already able to engage in a conversation with somebody in Japanese, and I was already Nihongo Jozu in terms of speaking and listening. But my writing and reading skills were like beginner basic level. So I made a lot of mistakes because I relied too much on my listening and speaking. So with hisashiburi, you know, like, because when people say it, they say it really fast, like, ah, hisashiburi, genki, right? For me, it sounded like hisashiburi, like shi, sa, hiburi. Or, you know, like when you say it really fast, you can't tell exactly how it should be written. And I think I wrote as isashiburi. Isashiburi. Like this. Isashiburi. Yeah. Because when you say it fast, isashiburi! Isashiburi! Right? It kind of sounds like isashiburi. Isashiburi! Genki! Like, yeah? That's why I remember in my like first written work that I did for my very first Japanese class that I took in, I think it was high school or the last year of middle school, I wrote isashiburi, and then my teacher corrected it and was like, no, it's hisashiburi. 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 Alright, both the kanji and the hiragana. But yeah. Okay, now that I have some examples, I think I've made my point. So basically, the key point here is if you rely on your proficiency in one part of the language, thinking that you're going to be okay in another part as well, then you're gonna make mistakes like I did. Because, you know, it's not perfect. Sometimes language doesn't translate perfectly. So, something, hisashiburi, which kind of sounds like it could be isashiburi, is actually hisashiburi. And suen, which kind of sounds like shitsuen, is actually shutsuen, right? So in order to make sure that you can write correctly as well, you need to make sure that you're practicing writing, reading, listening, speaking. You have to practice all of it. Being proficient in one doesn't always directly just translate to the other. You have to actually put effort into improving each one. I listen and then try to look up what I listen in the dictionary, but sometimes the word just doesn't come up. Yeah, that's the thing with trying to improve your writing, reading with listening alone. Sometimes it can be very, very different. Sometimes self-confidence can avoid double checking. Yeah, exactly. It's really important to not be overconfident. Which is why, again, I talked so much about how I think, you know, self-study is effective and how learning from your interests and pop culture can be very, very useful and help you grow faster because, you know, passion and interest, you know, always push you to do more and it feels less like a chore, it feels less like a burden. But I still recommend, if you have, you know, the opportunity to, or if you have the resources to, do still take some classes or, you know, watch some videos that teach you Japanese like in an educational way, or look at some textbooks. It is still important to look through those kind of resources to some extent because, like me, right, I thought I was already so Nihongo Jozu, you know, I could talk to a Japanese person. I was like, oh, I don't even need to go to classes. But I took classes and I realized how naive I was, right? Like, I might have been good at speaking. When I say hisashiburi, my pronunciation is pretty good, but did I know that it's hisashiburi when written down? No, I didn't. I needed to make that mistake to realize, wow, I was being overconfident. In terms of my writing and reading skills, I was still so amateur and I was still lacking so much. So, yeah, it's really, really important to try and improve in each area. Blah, blah, blah. That's me with ON. Yeah, exactly. The O ones are really hard. Sometimes it's a double O, sometimes it's OU, sometimes it's just O. It's really difficult, which is why you have to try and type and write a lot, speak a lot, write a lot, read a lot, listen a lot. You have to do all four. And you can focus on the ones you specifically want to improve on if you have a goal. Like, if you're right now, your goal is to you want to make more friends who can and talk to more people who speak Japanese. You can focus on your speaking and writing. But if your goal is to pass JLPT, you really need to focus on your listening, reading, right? Like, you can focus on different areas depending on what your ultimate goal is, but like, if you want to achieve fluency at a general sense, then you really have to make sure you put effort into all areas. Off topic. 我的国家现在是11点，但我依然醒着，因为明天是星期天. Did I even read that right? Tuan, you're just testing my Chinese reading skills now. Man, is that eat? No, wait. How do you read that word? Oh my god. I just exposed how bad I am at reading Chinese. Wait. Bop, 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 bop. Is that? Wait. It's 人展. Okay. Just exposing how bad I am at Chinese. Feel like a grandfather saying this, but I see a little potential here. What potential? なるほど。そうですよ。I remember I wrote something wrong, Chinese characters while teaching narrating, and after returning home, I read and kind of got confused what I wrote. But yeah, it's good to keep revising, and it's actually really good to make mistakes, because making mistakes makes you more careful, right? Again, back to the story of me messing up hisashiburi and being told by my teacher that I was wrong. That incident alone kind of conditioned me to be less arrogant and overconfident in my own skills, and I always, even though I'm pretty fluent now, I still always check my Japanese before I send it, on Twitter and stuff. I still try to make sure that I'm not making mistakes. I'm not confident that I'm just always right because I have N1 now, Like, I always make sure that I'm still seeing if I'm making mistakes and making sure that if I do make mistakes that I remember to change and not make mistakes next time. My perfectionism senses are tingling. When you get a 2D, you still gonna keep the same design? I'm gonna keep a very, very similar look, so you should be still able to tell that it's me. I'm probably gonna change up the costume a little bit, but like the overall look, like, my hair color, my eye color, and like just a general vibe is gonna stay the same. Because, this character represents me and I really like her. I've had a lot of people tell me that this design suits my voice and personality, and I'm just kind of attached to her, really. And yeah, I might still use this PNG too. I really like this PNG for some stuff, so I'm going to keep a similar design, probably. New design, new fan art. Oh, yay! Looking forward to that. If I do get a VTuber debut, I'll probably do a debut stream. Oh my god, I can do a debut stream. And I make a PowerPoint presentation and tell you guys my favorite anime and my favorite artists. Like all VTuber debuts. and then I'll have a fan art tag, finally. You like my ribbon? Thank you. I really like this ribbon as well. This ribbon is a key part of my design, so I will definitely be keeping it. My cardigan design hits the spot. Honestly, I would love to keep this cardigan in the design somehow, but then it's also kinda difficult. Not sure. We'll see what I get. But the general like vibe will be the same. Any differences will be more like I changed into a different outfit and maybe went to the salon and it's still me. So yeah, it'll still be me. Blah, blah, blah. I actually really like my PNG. I hope you guys like my PNG as well. I was really worried in the beginning that it would be boring listening to a PNG. The mouse just moves PNG for a few hours. But like sometimes I look back at my own streams to make timestamps and then I look at my PNG and I look at my background. I'm like, yeah, this looks pretty good. It's just the mouse moving and occasional bounces from the Discord reactive, but it actually looks pretty nice. We have a new background today too, so yeah. I'll try to change up the background and the setup sometimes, just so that you guys can look at something new. Or you can just treat this as a podcast. I had somebody say they were listening to my VODs, kind of like a podcast. And that made me really happy. Because, have I said this on stream before? I replied to that person, but it's kind of my dream, really, one of my dreams to make a podcast. I really, really love talking, and I really love radio. Seiyu radio is one of the biggest things that made me, fluent in Japanese, that really helped me dive deeper into Japanese subculture and really made me who I am today. I wouldn't have started voice acting if I never got into Seiyu radio. So I've always had a sort of, I guess, admiration towards radio and podcasts, and it was kind of my dream to somehow make my own radio or podcast where I'm able to talk about, my opinions and experiences and explore different topics and interact with people who listen, who, they can ask me questions or suggest topics. And even though right now what we're doing isn't really a radio or podcast, sometimes like I look back at my VODs and I feel like this is kind of like a podcast. I'm talking, sharing my experiences, my opinions, and, I have people who are listening and people who interact with me and suggest topics and ask questions, and I feel like I'm kind of half living my dream, and it makes me really, really happy to have you guys here. The PNG is really cute. Yeah, I really like my PNG. Don't worry, I'll still be using this PNG and keeping a similar sort of design and vibe. Simple is best. Yeah, honestly, I struggled a lot with designing my live 2D model because VTubers tend to overcomplex the design. I mean, like, it's understandable because you wanna stand out, right? There's so many VTubers nowadays. You want your design to kind of like pop off and have some kind of like recognizable thing that makes people remember you. And I struggled so much to like think about the balance between simple is best and I need to make my design special so that I stand out and it doesn't kind of like collide, or like, how do you say kaburu, like so that it's different to other people, so that it's representative of me. That was really difficult to think about. It's just so many VTubers nowadays. You kind of have to add something special to your design to make it stand out. I guess there are some VTubers with really similar designs that are, doing really well anyway, though, because people are not there because they have an epic design. People are there because they like their personality and they enjoy watching this person play games or talk. So, yeah, I think I shouldn't beat myself up too much over the design. It's more important to focus on, what content I can provide and what value I can provide to the viewers. This is technically a Seiyu radio. Oh my god, you're right. Semi Seiyu radio. Yeah, this is a semi Seiyu radio. You're right, kinda. Overlap? Yeah, overlap. Kaburu. Yeah, overlap. There are a lot of VTubers with like a ribbon in their hair as a core part of the design. So I thought I had to do something at least to make my design a little bit different to others. So yeah, I've been discussing it with my artist. They've been really, really helpful. I'm really excited for the final result. I hope I can find a good rigger as well. I don't know who to reach out to. I had a friend who offered to help me rig before, but she's been really busy lately, and I'm currently debating whether I should reach out to her or try and find someone else. But yeah, it's gonna take at least 2 months, at least 1 to 2 months before that's all ready. So before then, I'm probably just gonna be streaming once a week with this PNG or my other chibi PNG like usual. I'm probably gonna be doing chatting with a specific topic and then gaming and then chatting and then gaming every week like that. And then when I hand in my essays, I might try to do a week where I stream 3 to 5 days for the week. I want to try doing that. Have an actual schedule. Have an actual schedule like a streamer and stream 3 to 5 times a week. Oh my god. Erusha streamer arc, real. But yeah, now I'm a little bit too busy to do more than 1 stream a week. But once I hand in my essays, I might try doing a week where I stream 3 to 5 times. When to watch video for the design, stay for the content. Oh yeah, that's the best kind of comment I could receive. It's very flattering for any content creator to know that somebody decided to stay for the content. Be waiting for that. Oh, hello. Hastosase-san. Be waiting for that. Thank you. I need to keep track of who's new in chat. We've had a lot of people today who I think were just watching silently but haven't been chatting. I'm still training myself to get better at responding to people in chat. Because big streamers, their chat goes so fast that I guess they don't really have to feel guilty for not responding to everyone. But when you're starting off and you're really small and you only have, 6 to 15 people in chat, I kind of feel like it's my responsibility to make sure I respond to everyone so that you don't feel left out. You feel like you're contributing to the conversation. But sometimes I might miss 1 or 2 messages. I'm sorry if that happens. I'm trying my best. I'm still learning how to be streamer. My biggest fear is because there's a little bit of latency, right? It takes a little while for me to see the messages in chat, and then for my response to reach you, it also then takes a bit of time, usually 1 to 2 minutes. So I'm scared that somebody will chat and then they wait for a minute and then there's no response from me, and then I respond after 2 to 3 minutes and then they're already gone. That's my biggest fear. And keep quiet because I prefer to be just an observer. Yeah, that's valid. Honestly, I'm usually pretty quiet in chat too. Remember, there should be an ultra low delay mode. Yeah, there is. I looked into the latency issue, and I think it's the the lower your latency is, the more it might mess with the quality or like how smoothly your stream runs. So I think you have to you have to kind of like pick a balance between the two. So usually I go with the middle option because I'm scared that if I go with ultra low latency, it's going to make my stream quality worse. To which my stream quality already isn't perfect. So sometimes I look at my PNG's movement and it's kind of laggy. It looks pretty good today, I think. This is what makes indie VTubers special. Those from bigger agencies are so famous that the best you can do is laugh by yourself when they do something funny. Yeah, Chan. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's just how it is. I've definitely felt a little bit fatigued from watching bigger VTubers lately because, you know, in the beginning when they first debuted, I actually knew a lot of the names in chat, and you know, I enjoyed being a part of pre-chat, and if it was somebody's birthday, we would wish that person happy birthday at the same time, and you know, I don't know, I felt like I could actually contribute to some of the jokes and some of the stuff that was going on. But then as the viewership grows to a point where there's like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 people in chat, not only can I not read anything that's going on in chat, but like it's impossible for me to like ever contribute to the conversation or the stream or the jokes in any way. And it becomes a little bit sad and lonely. Like, it can't be helped, right? And I should be happy for the streamer's success, which I am, but sometimes you kind of wanna join in the conversation. So I've been looking for more indie VTubers to watch lately. And I also really enjoy doing my own streams and talking to you guys. At least for my part, it is good that they do not answer me. I know many questions cannot always be answered in a stream. Yeah. It's also really hard to... You know what? When I was thinking about what's the important qualities for a streamer, I realized one of the things that not a lot of people talk about is how important it is to be able to, I guess, control what you say and judge on the spot. Like what questions you can answer, can't answer, which comments in chat you can read out and can't read out. It's because you don't want to accidentally read out something that, you know, is controversial, or you know, that's gonna make it awkward for everybody, and you want to make sure that you don't answer any questions that, you know, shouldn't be answered. And I'm still training myself to try and get used to that instant, what do you call, my English is so bad today, oh my god, like that instant judging which comments you should pick up and which ones you shouldn't pick up. Do you have a DC channel? What's a DC channel? What's DC? There are some VTubers that open a way to send highlighted chats so that they can read, but you're gonna have to pay for that. Oh, highlighted chats, like super chats? Yeah, you have to have your channel monetized to be able to do super chats and super thanks, which YouTube introduced recently. Oh, Discord? Right. You can tell how little I use Discord by the fact that I don't know what DC is. I do have Discord, but I don't have a channel. Yeah. I don't have a Discord group. I'm a boomer. Every single time the topic of Discord comes up, I feel like such a boomer because I have Discord and I use it occasionally, but not very often. I really need to get used to using Discord more because, you know, Discord and streamers are kind of like, they can't live without each other. You know, there's so many like streaming activities that, you know, revolve around Discord. Like this reactive image that I'm using now, you know, is a gimmick that I have to use through Discord. And if I wanted to collab with people, I really have to get more accustomed with how to use Discord stuff. So maybe one day I will make a Discord group. It seems really hard to manage though. Maybe one day. Not right now. Da, da, da. Let me get some more water. We've completely off topic from learning Japanese now. But I guess it's fine because we've talked about it for like 2.5 hours. And I've kind of said everything that I wanted to say. Usually these like tips on learning Japanese videos go for like 10 to 30 minutes max. So the fact that we talked about it for 2.5 hours, I think should be sufficient. We'll be waiting for you. Take it easy. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying my best. Right now, I'm just trying to make more content, get used to streaming a bit more, experiment with streaming different types of content. Now that I have a slightly better graphics card, I can actually do gaming streams more regularly. So I've only played Genshin and getting over it so far, but I might buy a few other games. I want to try playing a visual novel, and then maybe I can like voice the character on stream live. That would be fun. But yeah, I'll try to play some different games too. And every single time I do a just chatting stream from now on, I think I'll try to have a central topic that we will focus on for the majority of the stream. But yeah, it's not strictly, you know, tied to that one topic. Now that we've kind of finished talking about, you know, learning Japanese, I think, you know, we can just chat about whatever now. For everybody who still wants to talk. I still have energy to talk. I have so much energy to talk. Like, you know, I looked back at some of my streams and I was like, oh my god, I have streams that are like what, 5 hours, 4 hours? Like, wow, I can talk for a really long time. Erisha, I'm a boomer. Me, ending my 20s in 5 years. I mean, I won't expose my exact age, to which there's kind of no point since you can find it pretty easily on my Twitter probably, but I'm just in my early 20s as well. I'm not that far away from you. It's not like I'm 18 or anything. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. Have to go sleep now? Oh good, oh good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Hope to see you in chat again. Have a good night's sleep. Every single time I want to refer to your name, I don't know which part of your name I should be reading. That's like another streamer struggle that I'm trying to grasp right now. Like your name is so long, I'm like trying to think, which part of your name should I read out when I refer to you? And I'm also afraid of pronouncing your name incorrectly because I think, is that in Vietnamese? I'm afraid of pronouncing your name incorrectly. Barely 20 years old, I look like I'm in high school. It's better to look young than old. You'll be thankful of looking young once you get older. You can call him in Long. I mean, I could. Long. Okay, I'll call you Long then. Like your profile picture, by the way, Long. Is that a cat or a tiger? Very, very nice. I love cats. Good night, Long. Yeah, pronouncing viewer names is something that I am still trying to get used to. I find it really interesting when people try to pronounce my name too. Everybody pronounces it a little differently. That's a cat. Yeah, let's go. I love cats. I'm actually considering commissioning an alternate like pose for my live 2D model where I hold a cat, but I'm still thinking about it. still thinking about it. I'll see how much budget I have. It's gonna depend on how much the rigging costs. Because I know rigging can get really, really expensive. So we'll see. But yeah, back to the topic about names. People pronouncing my name is really interesting. I mean, I don't send super chats that often, so I don't really get to experience that many VTubers saying my name, but it's interesting how people pronounce my name differently. Erusha. Erusha. Interesting. Yeah, like some people say Erusha, some people say Erusha, some people say Erusha. It's very different depending on the person. And some people just straight up call me Elsa. Setting all my social profile pics as cat pics. I mean, I really, really love cats, and I guess it's kind of not it's not a good indication, but every single time I see somebody who has a cat profile picture, or somebody who is a cat owner, or somebody who's a cat person, I just instantly feel like we can be friends, or like I have more in common with this person. I don't know why. I feel like cat person, dog person is weirdly like a really good indication of how close you are with someone in terms of like personality. Maybe it's just my perception, but I tend to notice that people who are cat people think a lot more similar to me, or have more similar experiences to me. Usually use people's nicknames to make them 2 syllables. Oh, people call me Eru. I mean, I don't really know what other nicknames you can come up with my name. What, call me Sha? There isn't really any nicknames you can come up with my name besides Eru. Dudu? Edu? I don't know. I told people to call me Ne-san. What? Wait, which stream was that where I told people to call me Ne-san? Was it my Seiyu stream? Or was it my anime stream? It was one stream where I went off about how much I like being called Ne-san. Ne-san. I just love the sound of Ne-san. So you can call me Ne-san if you want. Is Ne-san 2 syllables? Kinda. Long in Vietnamese is long. Oh, like Chinese is long as well. Yeah. Long. It's kind of different. Should I be saying long or long? Something in between. Long. Actually gonna call me Ne-san. Now I get people call me Ne-san or Eru-ne-san. You can call me anything really, derived from my name. But like, yeah, in terms of like pet names and stuff like that, I enjoy being called Ne-san. So feel free to call me Ne-san. But yeah, if you are older than me and it's weird to call me Ne-san, you can call me Eru-chan, anything you want. Yeah, sure. I get some people who are like older than me calling me Ne-san. Maybe I think I have a little bit of older sister vibes. There's a lot of people who are older than me who call me Ne-san, or like I feel like an older sister to them, even though they're actually older than me. Okay, Ne-san. If you are in your late 20s or older, then you're probably older than me. Imagine calling Shasha. You know, my name in Chinese is Ailusha. So in the Chinese fandom, there are people who call me Shasha actually. Turning 20 later this year, so it works for me. Yeah, sure. Just call me whatever you like, really. What do other VTubers get called? I guess it's mostly like nicknames that are derived from their name. And then what else is there? I think usually people just like take a part of the name and then just add chan after it. Or kun. Or sama. You can call me Erisha-sama. I'm joking. I need some more water. What? I don't even have like hashtags or anything. I'm gonna have to think about that. Do I even need hashtags? I might make an art tag just so that Zetarumi can tag fan art to something. You know what? My name is actually really perfect for making an art tag because, you know, a lot of Japanese VTubers, if they have the syllable e in their name, they change the e to like the kanji e for artwork or drawing. And my name is Erusha, so I could just make my art tag Erusha, but instead of the hiragana for e, I change it to the kanji for e. That would be perfect. Eru-chan. Yeah, sure. Feel free to call me Eru-chan. Yeah, that e. Honestly, Erusha with the kanji e is such a good art tag. It shouldn't be taken by anyone either. I'll check it later. Erusha. That would be my art tag probably. Not official yet, but probably. This kind of sounds cute too. Oh, by the way, guys, do you want to hear an interesting thing that I discovered yesterday? Yesterday, I was procrastinating or like kind of slacking off from my essays a little bit after working on it for a few hours because I was tired. And then I randomly decided to Google myself. And then I noticed that I am now the #1 result that comes up in Google when you search Erusha. And I was like, wait, there's no way. So then I turned on incognito mode and I searched it again. And it still comes up with me as the first thing. And then one of my friends also searched it. And it also came up with me as the first thing. And I know this is something new because when I first started doing Fiverr, I remember I have searched my name before and it would come up with my profile picture on Fiverr, and that was it. It would come up, everything else that came up was like other people who have Erusha as their last name, to which there are people who have Erusha as their last name or name. But yeah, there are some cultures that have Erusha like as a part of their name. So it would come up with all of these other people. And even though I also had a YouTube channel back then, I think my name wasn't set to Erusha yet. So the only thing that would come up was my Fiverr. But now, if you search Erusha on Google, it'll come up with like a bunch of my YouTube thumbnails and posts from Twitter and, you know, my Fiverr profile picture. Yesterday, I randomly discovered that there's this article with affiliate links to Fiverr introducing me as a voice actor on Fiverr as a Japanese voice actress. Fun discoveries yesterday. My SEO is going well. Yeah, let's go. Now this is a certified win moment. Yeah, when I noticed that like I was actually like the top result that comes up with this name, because this is not like an original name or anything, right? There's a lot of people who have Erusha as their last name. For me to come up as the top result with just Erusha and nothing else, no other keywords, no anime, no, you know, voice actor, no whatever, just Erusha, for me to come up at the top made me feel like, whoa, I've achieved something. My Google recognizes my name, recognizes me as a somewhat, you know, recognizable important figure, so I come up at the top. Yeah, that made me a little excited and a little scared at the same time, because I was like, oh my god, my digital footprint on the internet, it can never be erased now. But yeah, that was an interesting finding that I had yesterday. Oh my god, my phone is gonna run out of battery. Let me charge. But was there anything else you guys wanted to know in terms of learning Japanese and JLPT? I feel like I've shared most of the things that I can share. Did I go through what I specifically did to study for JLPT? I think I didn't touch on that. Maybe I'll touch on that again. So when I decided that I was going to take JLPT N1 last year, I thought about buying textbooks, but then it was kind of too late because if I buy a textbook, I have to wait for it to get shipped, right? So what I did was I went on YouTube and I looked for channels that specifically teaches you, teaches you knowledge and question types in preparation for JLPT. So I binge watched a lot of those videos, and then I downloaded a past exam paper. I don't know if it's official or if it's like just, made by somebody who understands the structure of the JLPT test, but I downloaded one of those and I printed it out. I think it's really important. I did this a lot back then in high school exams as well, but when you're preparing for an exam, it's really important to put yourself in the exact same environment and I guess position for when you are actually going to take the test, right? So because this was going to be a paper test, I decided to print out the entire thing, and then I closed my phone, I put a timer, and I set up everything as if it was the actual exam. And I made sure that I wasn't, taking breaks or anything. Well, there's a break between the listening and the language knowledge and reading, but the language knowledge and reading I did in one go. And I timed myself. And I made sure I couldn't, access any dictionaries or anything. It was basically putting myself into the exact environment that I would be in, or the exact conditions that I would be in. I have a pencil, I have these papers, there's a timer, I have maybe some water with me, and that's it. Actually, you don't even get to have water next to you, I think, for the JLPT test. I think we had to put our water at like the front. And if you wanted to drink water, you have to go and grab it. So yeah, make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you're hydrated. And I think it's just really useful to go through that process of sitting yourself in the exam kind of condition and go through at least one practice paper, a full one. From start to finish, go through a full practice paper, mark yourself, see how you went, take clear notes of the questions that you tripped up on. Because those are probably the questions that you are going to trip up on again on the actual test. Take notes of those and, study why you answered incorrectly. What was the trick in this question? Or, what was the reason why you made this mistake? And make sure that you don't make that mistake again if something similar comes up in the actual exam. And I only did one practice exam, but that definitely helped me a lot with getting more familiar with like the general structure of the exam. Especially the reading comprehension. I think doing a practice exam kinda made me figure out that you shouldn't read through everything really, really carefully. You should scan through it, pick up the most important parts, and also make sure to read the question before you read the text. Those kind of ideas on what you should focus on and what points you should look for. You get a sense of that by doing practice exams. So doing practice exams is the number one most useful thing to do, I think. Gonna ask many things, but my advice still delves. Oh, I'm glad. When I got both N5 and is it IELTS? Is that another type of test? I've never heard of that before. Decided my path, and in the end I became a senior English language teacher. Oh, wow. Wow. I still haven't decided what I'm gonna do with my language knowledge. But I'm definitely very passionate about languages. I think learning languages is a very wonderful thing. To get good scores by doing multiple test runs before a test always works. Yeah, exactly. In terms of tests specifically, the number one advice from me and probably a lot of other people as well is to just do practice exams that are designed or specifically made and written to mock the type of questions that would come up on the actual exam. That is really just the only number one strategy to success, is just to go through as many practice exams as you can. If you're already at a high proficiency and you're pretty confident, going through like 1 or 2 exams and doing simple preparation is enough. But if you're not as confident, I would recommend just going through like 10 or more practice exams. And I guarantee you, like, if you have a decent level of understanding for N1 and N2, especially N2, because N2 is a lot easier than N1 from what I've heard, and you do your practice exams and you familiarize yourself with the, basic, I guess, structure of how the type of questions will be laid out, you can pass. Unless you're aiming for full marks, right? Like, if your goal is to just pass, do the practice exams and you'll be good, I think. IETS is so famous. Wait, really? International English Language Testing System. Oh, it tests all 4 skills. Oh, I see. I've never heard of that before. Wait, let me search it up. I only know TOEIC. I only know TOEIC because Japanese people talk about TOEIC all the time. And there's like another English proficiency test I think that my parents had to take when coming to Australia, but I forgot what it was. IELTS. International English Language Testing System. I mean, I never had to do an English proficiency test because it's my first language, but I've seen like people take the TOEIC test, like fluent English speakers take the TOEIC test to see how high they can get. I kind of want to do that too. That seems fun. Maybe I'll do that as a stream idea. Fluent English speaker takes TOEIC test. Or I can do a Duolingo speedrun. That seems fun as well. TOEIC is mainly for communication. I think there's like specialized tests that you have to test to be qualified to translate to, I think. Should be like 3 mainstream English level tests, which are IELTS, TOEIC, and TOEIC and TOEFL. TOEFL. TOFE. I can't remember which one my parents took. But yeah, I've never had to take one of those English tests. I kind of want to try to take one though. I want to see how good I can get. IELTS is where you test your might. Might? Just like JLPT? I'm pretty sure there's a few other Japanese proficiency tests that you can take too. JLPT is definitely the most famous one, but there's a few other ones. TOEFL is basically American IELTS. Oh, interesting. So these proficiency tests. But yeah, I've never looked into the English proficiency tests, but I think if I were to give advice on any sort of test, especially standardized tests, the most important thing really is to just go through past exams, specifically designed for that test. It's just the best, most efficient, most useful method, really. How long has it been? 3.5 hours. Wait, let me have a look through my notes if I missed anything. I had on the last point of my notes, I talk about how a lot of people say having JLPT N1 N2 is not a good representation of your proficiency, because you can remember kanji and vocabulary and get used to reading comprehension types of questions by burying your head into textbooks and, doing practice exams that are specifically designed for JLPT. But that doesn't mean that you're just going to be able to, start a podcast in Japanese, right? It's two very different things. So back to my very first point, you have to set a goal for the proficiency you're aiming for, and know very clearly what your goals are and why you want to learn Japanese. And depending on the reason, you might not need to ever take JLPT, honestly. I have considered trying to apply for jobs and internships and projects and programs for that require going to Japan or working in a Japanese speaking environment. So that's why I decided that getting JLPT would be something that would be of value to me, and that's why I took it. But if you're not planning to ever use your Japanese skills for work or sign up for those sort of programs, you don't need to take the JLPT test. A qualification is just a certificate after all. It's not a true perfect representation of your proficiency. Have 30 minutes remaining on PC. Wait, you have a time limit on how much you can be on your PC? Wait, what? I'm gonna have to go back and make timestamps for when we talked about each thing. I kind of jumped around a little bit in the second half. Like, we started talking about VTuber stuff and then I jumped back to JLPT, but I think I touched on the most important points and everything I wanted to say. What's another topic that you guys are interested in having a dedicated stream for? Oh yeah, every single time I forget to promote my marshmallow. Wait, I wanted to do a Q&A stream for a really long time, but I have 2 questions in my marshmallow box. I've promoted my marshmallow a few times on Twitter, and I've posted it a few times in chat, but every single time I don't get questions. So if any of the 12 people in chat right now have Twitter and are interested in asking me a question, here is my marshmallow. If you send a question now, there's a 99.9% chance of your question being answered on stream. So now's the time. Right now, I have a question about anime recommendations, I think. And the other question was about why I decided to do voice acting, I think, something like that. But yeah, if you have any general questions you want to ask me, whether that's, whether you want tips or advice on something, or whether you want to know more about me, or like anything really. If you want to know who my favorite VTuber is, if you want to know what my favorite food is, and anything, you can ask me anything. So yeah. Found out interesting story. Yo Forja was originally casted for Tanasaki Atsumi, but she decided to voice her daughter because she wanted to try a new thing. Oh, I actually talked about this story on my anime talk stream. She wasn't originally casted as Yor. the audition opportunity she was given that was sent to her agency was for your, and she auditioned for your because that was, you know, what they sent her for. But because she was a fan of the original works and she really, really, really wanted to play Anya, she specifically asked for the opportunity to audition for Anya as well, and they let her, so she did it, and then she ended up getting that role. And she also said that she had a really clear idea of who she wanted to play Yor, and that was Hayami Saori. She was like, Hayami Saori-san shika nai daro. She was saying, you know, she can't imagine anybody else voicing Yor but Hayami Saori, and she herself personally really wanted to voice Anya, so yeah, that's how it ended up. And honestly, I talked about this a ton in my anime talk stream, but the casting in Spy Family is so perfect. You were late to that stream because you had to check your students' final semester papers. Yeah, don't worry if you miss any streams. It's nice that you're able to make it to this one. I pretty much every single time go back and make timestamps for my streams. So if you do miss something, you can go back, and if you look at the comments, there should be like a timestamp section where I pretty much lay out all of the key points and topics of discussions that we had in the stream. So yeah, that stream took me a really long time to make timestamps for. I feel like this one's gonna take me a long time to make timestamps for as well, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It's good to go back and look at, or like go back and listen to myself and check my microphone quality and audio levels, and just in general see, I guess, how I performed as a streamer that I can improve for the next time. Who's my favorite voice actor, voice actress? Yeah, I would love to answer that in a Q&A stream, but you have to send it to my marshmallow. I was wondering if the reason why people are not sending questions to my marshmallow because they don't know how to use marshmallow. You have to sign in with Twitter. Maybe that's the problem. Let me have a look at my marshmallow. I use marshmallow just because most VTubers use marshmallow. Oh wait, I got some new questions. I have 4 questions now. Let's go. I just realized I have new questions, and they came from 18 hours and 5 hours ago. Okay, must have come from Twitter. Yay, we have 4 questions now. I'm thinking of doing a Q&A stream when I reach around 10 questions. So 6 more, guys. 6 more questions. And I'll do a Q&A stream. Is Marshmallow kind of difficult to navigate? Is that why? Maybe some people are having trouble sending questions? Yeah. Do I usually stream at night? Yeah, I usually stream around this time. It's usually either 9... It's from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Like, I usually start from one of these times. It's been getting later lately because 1, my sleep schedule is messy, and 2, because I noticed that for the few viewers that are in the completely opposite time zone, for them, like 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. in JST time was like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. or something. So I decided to start a little bit later lately so that people in the like Asia Pacific time zones can still make it because it's not too late at night. But then the people who are in like NA time zones can also join in maybe a little bit later because it's early morning, like maybe 8 a.m., 9 a.m. It's so hard. Time zones are so hard. Did you know that Sarashina Ruka looks like Ozora Subaru? Who's Ozora Subaru? I need to search that up. Ozora Subaru. Wait, actually, let me pin my marshmallow. I'm gonna pin my marshmallow so that you guys can send questions. It's pretty easy to use. The the interface is in Japanese, but if you just scroll down, there's a box and you just type a question and then you have to log into your Twitter and then you can send an anonymous question. Oh my god, wait, Suzu, you're back! Welcome back! Let me have a look. 大空すばるホロライブの子か。Ah. Oh yeah, she kind of does, especially with the ribbon. Yo, her costumes are so cute. I should have looked at more VTubers to get inspiration for my own costume design. Yo, her costume with the cardigan is so cute. So cute. I kinda abandoned the cardigan for my live 2D design because the artist I'm working with came up with a few sleeve designs and I really like the sleeve design that they came up with. So there's no more cardigan, but maybe we can do an alternate outfit somehow and get the cardigan back. It's perfect for me since I have a messy sleep schedule too. Yay, let's go. Accidentally woke up at 4 a.m. today and my stream was gonna start at 6:30 so I could get away with a nap safely and ended up oversleeping. It's all good, it's all good. I'm happy to see you in chat. My streams do go on for pretty long. Like, how long has it been today? 3 hours and a bit? Let's see. It's been 3.5 hours, yeah. I always try to go over 2.5 hours. That's my goal for every stream, to go over at least 2.5 hours. And then if I have the energy, and especially if there's people in chat who are active and, you know, still look like they want to talk, I try to go on for as long as like 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Usually for chatting streams, I try to end before 4.5 just because usually I'm hungry by then. You know what? When I end my streams, usually it's not even because like I'm tired of talking. It's because I'm hungry. It's because I'm hungry. I always end my streams because I get hungry. Yeah, the stream started at 6:30 a.m. and I've got the early morning shift. Yeah. I thought if I adjusted the time to be around 10 to 11 p.m. JST, that would make it a more like equal balanced time for all time zones during the entire stream at least. Because if, you know, 6:30 is still a bit too early, people who are in the NA time zone, they can join the stream maybe like 2 hours or 3 hours down the line, and I'll still be live, so they can still join in chat for a bit. You need to log into Marshmallow. I don't think you need a Marshmallow account. You just need to have a Twitter, I think. Wait, let me have a look. Oh wait, I think I have some new questions. Let's go. Thank you to the people who sent a question. We have 6 questions now. 4 more to go. Oh wait, actually one of them is a repeat. I think I might not be promoting my Marshmallow enough. I'll promote it a bit more on Twitter. Probably gonna play a game next week. And then if I can reach 10 questions by the end of next week, I'll do a Q&A stream for the next week. I'm trying to interchange between chatting on a topic and then gaming and then chatting and then gaming. But then to be honest, my gaming streams are pretty much just chatting anyway. It's just chatting, but depending on what game I'm playing, we also talk about the content of the game, or I suffer, or yeah, basically. I might try to play a different game next week. If I can't find a different game to play, I'll probably just play Genshin again, but I kind of want to find a different game to play. I'll have a look through my Steam library and see if there's any new games. Kind of want to try playing a new game next week. I kind of just assumed Marshmallow is easy to use for everyone because, you know, VTubers all use it, but then again, I guess for people who don't watch VTubers, it's not as familiar. Oh, wait, I think we have another question. Let's go! Thank you to whoever sent the question. I will be answering all of these on stream. How many do we have now? We have 6 now, because one of them was a repeat. Might try to see if there are any Japanese people who want to send questions to. I think there's like a default feature where you can send a link to your Marshmallow and like there's like hashtags like Marshmallow nageaemashou or something like that. Maybe I can get a question or two from that. I might try doing that. Wait, what's my setting on? From anybody, follower only. Okay, yeah. My setting is on from anybody. Is okay. Hey, I'm back from watching Spy Family. Ah, ずるい。私も見たいのに。I also want to watch the new Spy Family episode. I'll be watching it after this stream. And probably eating some food. Taking a break from essay writing today. Because yesterday I did a lot and I'm very burnt out. I coded 200 points of data yesterday for my research analysis essay. I'm so tired. I'm gonna take a break today. After stream, I'm probably gonna just watch anime. Oh, Suzu, you started Party Picome. Let's go! Yay! I'm currently trying to learn a few Party Picome songs for my karaoke stream. Or like just singing in general. Because I really like the music from Party Picome. Yo, Eiko sing is so good! I love Kuroneko-san. I'm currently trying to learn some of Eiko's songs. Coded data? It's like qualitative analysis. Like I have to make a code frame and then I have to scrape data from social media and then I have to like code each tweet. I'm doing analysis on Twitter, so I have to scrape data from Twitter and then I have to make a coding frame and then I have to code each data point separately. It's really tiring. The ED is Bombers. Wait, which show? Couple of Cuckoos? Oh yeah, Couple of Cuckoos does have a really good ED. Cried from the first episode. Oh my god, Suzu, yes! Same. I also like cried from the first episode. It was so emotional. I hope you also, if you're up to date, I hope you also enjoyed Chiba Shoya. Hope you enjoyed Kabe. Kabe is such a cool, such a nice character. The ED for Kongming. Oh, like the ED. I feel like Kongming people usually talk about the opening. The opening and ending are both bops, but I think the OP stands out a bit more. Chan-chan, a chiki chiki bamba, a chiki chiki chan-chan. It's so catchy. I also really like Eiko's songs. Oh, I guess they're not her songs. They're songs of her favorite artist, I think, right? Like I'm Still Alive Today and Be Crazy For Me, was it? Be crazy for me, make me shine on you. You're gonna see me when you hear my music. I'll be there for you, no matter where you go. How do you see me from your point of view? I steal your heart. It's the music is so good. Will I get copyright strike for this? Hopefully not. But yeah, the music in Party Picome is so good. The opening, ending, and like just the music that Eiko sings and like all the music in between, they're all so good. started this morning, but I forced myself to stop at episode 5, but I like him. Yeah, let's go. Paripikome has honestly become my favorite show from the season. It's so good. So good. I'm so excited for the new episode every week. Spy Family too. Now it's just turning back to anime talk stream. I did say in my last anime talk stream, for anybody who wasn't there, I will probably do another like specific chatting stream focused on talking about this season's anime once the season ends. So, you know, we can talk about what was our ultimate favorite show, our favorite episode or moment or character from each show, and just overall thoughts, I guess, on the season, and then maybe talk a little bit about what to watch next season as well. So yeah. The OP of Your Boy Call Me is actually a cover. Oh really? I had no idea. That's so interesting. I'm trying to learn how to sing the opening for karaoke. It's actually kind of hard to sing. But yeah, I'm learning. Oh. I caught up to Rikekoi. Oh my god, wait, I need to catch up to Rikekoi. I kind of fell behind a little bit last week because I was trying to balance so many things at the same time. Hiroin Tarumono. Oh my god, Suzu! The latest episode of Hiroin Tarumono was so good. Oh my god. You know, I expected the lip boys and the childhood friend to kind of get competitive with each other, but then it just turned out to be the lip boys looking at it just turned out to be them in the back being like, oh my gosh, she's so dense. I can't believe she can't notice that he likes her. It was kind of funny. There's too much good anime from this season. I'm gonna have to catch up to a lot later. Haven't finished the first season of Rikekoi. Catch up. The second season's really good. I need to write down which shows I have to catch up with. But Spy Family new episode is definitely the first thing I'm gonna watch next. Oh my god, Damien and Anya was so cute in last week's episode. I'm so excited to see what's gonna happen in this week's episode. No spoilers for anybody in chat who hasn't watched it yet. To which I think a lot of people probably haven't watched it yet because it comes out Saturday night. So when I stream on Saturdays, usually it clashes with the time I start streaming. So I always watch it after I finish streaming. Let me check my marshmallow again. Wait. Oh wait, I have 9 questions now. Did you all log in just to send questions? Interesting. We're 1 question away from being able to do a stream. There's a few questions, especially the first 2 questions that I got. They're like really open-ended, and like I can talk about a lot of my experiences with them. So I think I should be able to sustain a stream with 10 questions. Let's see. I'll promote my marshmallow a bit more on my Twitter too. As soon as the stream ends, I'll watch it too. Looking forward to it. Yay! Damien Vision from last week though. Yeah, oh my god, that was so cute. He reminded me so much of Xiaorang from Cardcaptor Sakura. Like the way he like blushes really hard and then is like in denial of his feelings and then runs away. It reminded me so much of Xiaorang. It's so cute. I'm now tempted to give you guys another content spoiler. Oh, by the way, for content spoiler, I mean like videos that I'm planning to make, not anime spoilers. You remember before when I mentioned that I got permission from an artist to do a fan dub for a short comic? Yo, it's a Damien and Anya comic. I saw it on my timeline and it was really cute, and when I looked at the comic, I kind of imagined the characters speaking out the lines in my head, and I can do Fujiwara Natsumi Fujiwara Natsumi's type of like male shonen voice I can kind of imitate. It's not perfect, but I can get like the general vibe. And Anya, I think if I try, I can get a general vibe too. So I was like, I want to challenge myself to try and voice both of them. So I DM'd the artist and asked for permission, and I got permission. So I'm gonna work on that when I finish my essays. It should come out probably early June or mid-June. I'm so excited to voice that. It's a really short comic. It's probably only gonna be like a few minutes, maybe only 1 minute, but yeah, I'm really excited to do that fan dub. That's like what I'm excited the most about right now. I just really want to make this fan dub. He's such a tsundere. Yeah. He's so cute. It's like he's such a... It's so weird because they paint him as this entitled like brat from like a rich family who, you know, also is kind of a bully in the beginning, but at the same time he's kind of really cute. Why? What is this dichotomy? I thought I would not like him. But then I guess I should have known from the amount of Damien x Anya fan art that appears on my timeline that they're actually really cute. Because oh my god, I am in love. They are so cute. So if you fan art with Damien, Anya, and Sakura, shout out, yeah, they're so... there's so many similarities, honestly. It's really cute. Skeleton Knight? I'm not watching that. Oh my god, it's just turning into an anime chat stream now. Should be sufficient if for more than half of the stream we talked about learning Japanese, right? Irusha equals shotakon? No, I'm not a shotakon. I just like being called Ne-san. No. Okay, it's kind of hard to deny that I do like a lot of Shota characters. I mean, my favorite anime character of all time is literally Killua from Hunter x Hunter, so... It's not my fault that he's still 15. When I fell in love with him, I was also 15. It's not my fault that he doesn't age. That's my copium. Yeah, I do like a lot of young boy characters. They're cute. It's not my fault that they don't age, guys. When I fell in love with Killua, he was 15, I was 15, he's still 15, I'm over 20 now. There's nothing I can do about that. Sag. I keep getting Obasan, but then they stay young forever. Cool PM. Trillionaire sound by standards. I don't know why I find myself drawn to like Kohai, younger brother, and like, I don't know, like just younger characters in general nowadays. I don't know why. I wasn't like this before. I don't know what happened to me. I was gonna talk about this. I'll talk about this in more detail when I do a like otome game kind of focused stream. But like my taste in fictional men or like otome game characters lately is just, I always like that one character that is younger than the heroine. Like, you know how there's always that one character who's either like the Kohai character or like the one that's kind of has the younger brother personality? Not the actual younger brother, of course, but like, you know, has the younger brother personality or is like 1 year or 2 years younger than the heroine. If there's no character that's younger, then they're usually the childhood friend or, you know, the one that's similar age. Yeah, that's always my favorite. That character is always my favorite. I have predictable taste now. Honestly, I'm 22 but my body is like 13. That feels like an anime character. Anime characters be like, has the body of a 12-year-old, is actually 400 years old. I was called Ne-san by a 2D boy and died. This is just me sharing the same brain cell with Suzu again. Same. Relatable. Me. least you have a guy here calling you Chan because I need someone to cope with my aging too. Yeah, man, sometimes it's upsetting seeing all these anime characters that are still in high school and now I am about to graduate university. Like, what the heck? What? Man, I remember back then when I watched anime and everybody was older than me because they were in high school and I was in primary school. And now I watch anime and I'm like, what the heck? All of these characters are younger than me. What? What? Man, Sag. Man, I can watch Anya and Damien. I'm like, oh my god, they're so cute. Oh my god, youth. Oh my god. That must be his like first crush. Oh, so cute. Like, I look at them with very motherly vibes, you know, kind of like, man, I miss being young. Oh, I feel old now. No, I feel so old now. But yeah, Dami and Anya are really cute. Erusha has truly become the Nesan. Honestly, I think I have Nesan vibes, much more so than Imoto vibes. Cause I like being the one that gives advice, I guess, to people. And I'm usually the mom friend in any like friend group or circle that I'm in. So, and even when I hang out with people that are older than me, it usually doesn't feel like they're taking care of me. It feels like we take care of each other, or I take care of them. So, yeah. Every mommy vibe. I mean, I don't know if I'm comfortable with being called mommy, but I do agree that I can, I can radiate mommy energy. It's come to a point where my mummy voice is better than my lolly voice. I think I talked about this briefly on stream before as well, but like, in the beginning, when I first started voice acting, for me, doing voices like Oni-chan was easier, but now I just find it easier to do ara ara. Like, it's easier. Ara ara's easier than Oni-chan now, you know? Fan service. Free fan service. This is where you type Taskaru in chat. Anyways. Big 20s problem. They'll always have someone mocking me for watching anime as adult, watching children stuff. Yeah, I do think it's getting better lately though. Because, you know, we have all these like famous big celebrities, you know, who watch anime and they're way older than us. So I think it's getting better. The stigma of like, oh, you're in your late 20s, you're still watching anime, ew, how immature. Like, that stigma I feel like is slowly going away and getting better, because there's just so many famous and influential people, right, who really love anime. So yeah, I think it's getting better. Rin Matsuoka aged by 2 years since Free came out, and I by 9. Sag. And then there's Killua, who's still like 15, I think, because Togashi just decided to come back. Guys, did you hear that Hunter x Hunter's coming back? Woo! Let's go! Oh my god, my entire Twitter timeline was crying over Togashi making a Twitter and Hunter x Hunter coming back. Blah blah blah. But yeah, I'm really happy that Hunter x Hunter's coming back. My favorite series of all time. I wonder if Killua will ever age and catch up with me. Maybe not. Mummy vibes. Yeah, honestly, like, the Ara voice is easier to do for me now than the lolly voice. Ara voice clip from other day sound more like those in late 20s and early 30s. Yeah, I'm a lot better at voicing like mature characters now. I used to be really bad at doing it. Like, being sexy and sounding mature was like one of my biggest weaknesses when I first started voice acting. And then for some reason, all of a sudden, I find being cute and lolly more difficult. What? Manifest? Wait, what are we manifesting? Oh god, I'm so behind on chat. Ugh. And the moment I realized that I am better at doing a mommy voice or like ara voice in comparison to a lolly voice is when I try to imitate Genshin characters and I realize I can't do Klee justice at all, but I can do like a close to perfect Lisa impersonation. That's when I realized I have lost my touch with the lolly. I am now ara. Oh man, the VTuber fandom is like obsessed with ara. Close to perfect Lisa. Yeah, honestly, like I think my Lisa impression is like close to perfect. I can't do it now because my parents are sleeping, but if I ever do a voice impression stream, I will definitely do a Lisa. My Lisa impression is pretty on point now. When you become older, it becomes easier to voice older characters. This is Nesan evolution. Yeah, maybe. There's also just I've talked about this briefly as well, but a lot of voice actors have said that they find their voices get deeper the more they do voice acting. I don't know what kind of phenomenon this is and what the scientific backing there is behind this phenomenon, but apparently if you use your voice more and if you do more voice acting, your voice just gets deeper and you become better at like doing more mature characters, and you find it harder to kind of like have this youthful feeling or like in this like naive sort of voice. A naive, useful, young kind of voice becomes more difficult, and then a more mature and deeper, experienced kind of voice becomes easier. That's like the experience with like every voice actor I've heard talk about this topic. Both female and male. Not VTubers. Voice actors. Male and female voice actors all talk about this. Like they always talk about how like a show that they voice the main character in like, I don't know, 5 or 8 years ago, like they're like, oh, I can't do that voice anymore. I can't sound that useful anymore. I'm an old woman, old man. Yeah. People love ara so much. I'm waiting for the perfect moment to show my best ara. You guys have not heard my best ara yet. You know what? I gave my best ara in an audition video I did, but sadly that audition video never even got viewed. So I am now thinking about when I should show my best ara on stream or in a video. I don't know. Gonna find a good timing to do it. But yeah, you guys haven't heard my best ara yet. I can do better. I can do better. I would enter competition for the best ara, like the ara showdown, and I have the confidence that I can be in like the top 3. I day by day I gain more confidence in my ara voice. It's so much easier for me to do an ara voice now in comparison to lolly. I almost need to keep up my lolly voice practice. I'm starting to lose touch with my inner lolly. Oni-chan! Oni-chan! I can't do it anymore. Oh, it's so hard. Request when Yelan make character demo, make my version. Oh my god, wait. Yelan, you know the Yelan like PV that came out after the 2.7 PV? She sounds so different. Like in the 2.7 PV, when she did her attacks and stuff, right? She sounded so soft and kind and kind of lacked that dominant mommy energy that I guess a lot of people were expecting, including me. I heard like other streamers talk about it too, like, oh, it was kind of different to what I expected. But then they dropped the character PV where she like kabedons the Fadui, and like she's all like, あなたたちに興味はないわ, whatever she said. I forgot what she said, but you know, like, oh, she radiated like 50, 60 times more mommy energy in that character demo, and then all of a sudden everybody's on their knees calling her mommy again. in that character PV, she definitely radiated more mommy energy, more energy of what I expected. I'm excited to see her like like fighting demo as well, whatever that's called. Did I play the Yelan web event? Not yet. I've been a little behind on Genshin lately. I think I'm the minority here because my most fave energy, level-headed waifu. Everybody has their preference. I feel like the VTuber fandom community in general is very crazy over the Ara Ara type though. I mean, there must be a reason why Ara Ara became such a big thing, right? I feel like people really like Ara Aras. Yeah, I think Ara Ara type is like one of the most popular tropes, I guess, in the VTuber fandom. There's a lot of cute like lolly design characters too. Oh well, I'm just gonna be me. What you see right now with my PNG is pretty close representation of what I will be if I do ever get a live 2D debut. Cause I think this image represents me very well. I always try to strive for I'm not like a cute lolly, but I'm not like a mommy character either. I'm just something in between, and I can adjust myself. I can adjust my voice and my personality to be anything because I am a voice actor. The web event isn't accessible through the game. Oh really? Oni-chan damage? I guess some people really like being called Oni-chan too. Just like how I like being called Nesan. Oh my god, I love it when female seiyuu like use their male voice and say Nesan. I trained my own shonen voice so that I could say Nesan and then like get excited over my own Nesan voice. I'm slowly starting to reach a point where I get excited over my own shonen voice. See, back to our original topic about learning. If you are passionate about something, if you get a reward out of doing it, you will improve faster. For me, the reward in improving my shonen voice is that I get to hear my favorite type of voice say Nessa, which is why I've worked really hard to train my shonen voice. You finally got Ayaka, congratulations! Curious about Yelan's personality and the way she works. Yeah, me too. She seems really interesting. And yeah, she was so cool in the character demo. I can see why a lot of people, were kinda, she feels a little different in the 2.7 PV, and then they watch the character PV and they're like, Mommy? Sorry, Mommy? I feel like a lot of people, I saw people in the comments who were like, oh, I wish that Fadui was me. Oh, that lucky Fadui. Oh, I wish that were me. Agree that ladylike morning voice clip gave me a good head start. Arigato. どういたしまして. I try to switch up the type of voice and style, I guess, I go with for my voice tweets. Thinking about what I should do next. What should I do for my next voice tweet? Might go back to a cute voice, because when I did a good morning voice tweet in a cute voice, back then I had like 200 less followers, and I had less people who interacted with my tweets too, because most of the people who followed me were either clients who worked with me on Fiverr, or like people who followed me because they found me through one of my Genshin like voice acting clips, and they don't really interact with my tweets. I have a lot more people who interact with my tweets now, including you guys, so I'm gonna try and do more voice tweets and maybe tweet some random thoughts here and there too. Gonna pull everything for her and her bow. Good luck! I'm still considering if I want to pull for her or not. I heard that she's a good support and buffs the entire party, and Hydra supports are very valuable, so I am considering pulling for her now. And you bet if I pull for her, I will definitely stream it, so look out for that if I do. I'm not 100% decided though on whether I will pull for her or not. It's really gonna depend on how much I can save. Who Hazel's voice actor is gonna be. That's really important. But yeah, Edu living in 3033. Wait, why? Don't interact much because I'm still not used to it. That's all good. All good. I did notice that I am getting more likes on my tweets on my like voiceover or like Erusha persona account now. So I will tweet more there. Usually I'm more active on my other account where I just scream about Seiyu and VTubers. Still ready to pull for Xiao. Good luck. Good luck. All the best for pulling for Xiao. Unfortunately, can't pull for her because my pity turned to 4 after Ayaka comes today. I mean, unless you're a whale or you kakin a lot, it's difficult to get every character. I did spend quite a lot on Ayaka too, so I have to think really carefully about whether I pull for Yelan or not. I think it's really gonna depend on her playstyle. If I feel like she's a really good and valuable support, then I will pull for her. I mean, kind of depends on what 2.8 is gonna be too. I know we're gonna get Hazel, and people are predicting Kazuha rerun most likely. What was the other rerun that people predicted? I wanna try and get Yae Miko next time she has a rerun. It's so difficult to predict. Try to deal with the fatigue. I was saying, yeah, I'm usually more active on my like personal fandom account. Just monthly blessing. Yeah, me too. I just buy the Welkins pass. I'm like struggling with pass and path today. The sound. Phonics. Wait, is that even the right word? So hard. English so hard. Japanese so hard. Language is so hard. Hope Kazuha comes later. But then it's been a really, really long time since Kazuha's run. Because Kazuha came before Ayaka. And Ayaka's already had her rerun, right? Xiao's having his second rerun. And Ito's having his rerun before Kazuha, right? The Kazuha fans are really angry and impatient. So I'm pretty sure Kazuha's gonna be here in the next update. Or next update, because we're still in 2.6 right now. Yeah, I just buy the Welkins pass every month too. I don't really cuck in on Genshin. I did cuck in for Kazuha, and that was the only time, and I have no regrets because I love Kazuha. Well, yeah. When does the 2.8 update come? I definitely wanna stream Genshin in the week that 2.8 drops. I mean 2.7. Wrong number. Was it like the 31st? Was it? I should prepare for the update. I think the pre-install package is ready. Definitely want to stream on the week where it updates. This does make a nice system where they force characters to be relevant because they need to force a rerun. Yeah, I do enjoy it when they bring back characters who have already had their spotlight into like new stories, because if you're a huge fan of a character and they just never get the spotlight ever again after their first run, it's kind of sad. So I'm glad that they're bringing the characters back. I'm really glad that Xiao seems to be playing a really important role in the upcoming story. Yo, Matsuoka's voice acting was so good in that PV. Really excited for the update. Me when I got... Wait, I can't read that kanji. Wait, who are you trying to talk about? I'm pretty sure Kazuha's name is spelt with a different kanji too. Stopped playing Genshin for a while when I didn't get Kazuha, And now all my Primo Gems are for his rerun. Good luck, Rina! But I guess if you saved for this long, you're probably guaranteed to get him with Heart Pity. Ayaka and Kazuha. Yeah. Kinda sucks that Ayaka and Kazuha are aligned, or are most likely gonna be aligned back to back again. Well, I guess there's one patch in between. Hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of Primo Gems in the next patch from events and stuff. They are giving us a little bit of compensation for, you know, the delay as well. So yeah, I think you should be able to save quite a bit. He's guaranteed he's going home. Yeah, let's go. I had to force Kazuha home as well. I couldn't get him in soft pity, and I pulled like 77 times or something, and I really couldn't farm for enough to reach pity again. So I had to cucking. That was my very first cucking. See, my kanji and Chinese in general are horrible, but to be fair, names are really hard. Kazuha I know just because, you know, it's 1 year in Chinese, but Ayaka I can never write her name correctly. I can never write her name correctly in kanji, which is why I always copy and paste it from like wiki, or I write it in hiragana. With his new free 4-star sword. Wait, is Kazuha? Or wait, who's getting a free 4-star sword? Yo, Albedo had like such a massive upgrade with his like free 4-star sword. Albedo is so OP now. Anybody who doesn't have Albedo should get Albedo next time he has a rerun. Albedo is so OP now. We're just talking about Genshin now. Oh my god. Very off topic. I think I'll end the stream around 4:20 minutes, so 3 more minutes. Do you want to keep the stream, you know, majority for talking about learning Japanese so that I can keep the title? But yeah, Albedo, yes, Albedo's so good and he's so pretty as well. I just realized if the update is happening in a few days, that means I probably should stream Genshin next week. Wait, is the 2.7 update coming at the end of May? Wait, let me Google this. Genshin 2.7 release date. Oh, May 31st. Okay, so it is gonna be next week. Okay guys, I think we're playing Genshin again next week. Alright. Oh, hi Sharon. Hello. Isn't it out? No, I think the update is May 31st, but you can pre-install some of the contents. Blah blah blah. Enjoyed first half where you introduced experience with Japanese language. Later we talked about Genshin and showed us. No, we didn't talk about shoulders. What do you mean? We talked about anime and, you know, seiyu, and shouda was just one of the things that came up. Don't make it misleading. No. We didn't talk about shoulders. Also, you know, I realized we should be really careful when throwing around the word shouda, because shouda refers to like, shouda is like the male equivalent of lolly, right? It refers to like really young boys. So like, for example, you know, bishonen characters, or like younger characters, like, or younger looking characters, like for example, you know, like Bennett, Reza, Yukaki, would you consider them shouda? And Chongyun, do you consider them shouda? They're kind of like in between shouda and shonen, right? こんにちは、元気ですか？元気ですよ。そろそろ配信終わるけど、いらっしゃい、初見さん。星子かなでさん？いらっしゃい。そろそろ配信終わる頃なんですけど、いらっしゃい。 It's about time for a lot of you to sleep. Yeah. That's why I'm about to end. People like me who don't have enough star glitter to buy Lisa, I can roll before the week ends to get another Lisa. Lisa Oshi, let's go. Can't wait to show you my Lisa voice. Have to go, but it was fun. Have a nice weekend. You too. Thank you for joining in chat. See you again next week with Genshin probably. I just realized because the update is so close, I'm probably gonna be streaming Genshin next week. I'm gonna have to make a new thumbnail. I'll put Yelan in my thumbnail. Don't consider Bennett a Shota. Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's what I mean. I wouldn't really consider Killua after he ages a Shota either. Like in the beginning when he's like 12 or something, maybe he's a Shota. But then like once you reach 15, 16, or you know, once you go to like 18 or above, but you're still not like in your 20s, what are you then? Just a shonen? Mata ne. Good night to everybody who needs to sleep. Oh good, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream. I can't believe we're ending the stream talking about Shota. But yeah, be careful when you throw around the word Shota because it's pretty different. I wouldn't say that I'm a Shotakon. I think I just often, you know, my oshi is often characters that are a little bit younger than the main character. So like in otome games, I usually like the kohai character or the childhood friend character. And then yeah, in like anime and stuff, I often like the characters with a more like younger looking, more bishonen-esque designs, like Albedo and Kazuha and Xiao, who have a more like bishonen kinda design. Those type of characters are usually my favorite. That's all. I'm not a Shotakon. I'm not a Shotakon. Sora is considered Shota? Debatable. See, it's very debatable who's considered a Shota or not. I just usually say I like younger looking, or I like younger and bishonen looking characters. That's my type. Don't call me a Shotako. I just like younger bishonen looking characters. お疲れ様。ありがとう。Oh, I always get people who speak Japanese in chat when I'm about to end the stream. さっき入ってきた人 VTuber さんなのかな？なんか名前が VTuber さんっぽかった。星子かなでさん。また遊びに来てくれると嬉しいんだけど。あ、まだいる。エルシャさんは日本語、にどうちょっと待って。字がちっちゃくて見えねえ。携帯でチャット読んでるから字がちっちゃい。アプリがおすすめますか？日本語を勉強するアプリですか？Apps to learn Japanese. I mean, people use Duolingo. アプリはあんまりおすすめしませんね。アプリで勉強するよりも、なんか好きな配信者を見たり、漫画を読んだり、アニメを見たり、とにかく好きなものをたくさん見て聞いて読んで、それで一番学習につながると思います。That's because you squeak so much when talking to Goro. But I really love Goro. Wait, oh my god, I forgot about Goro. Does Goro count as a Shota? I guess he kinda does. But he's an adult, guys. Goro's an adult. He's like the leader of his troop. He's not a Shota. He's just a cute boy with kemono mimi. It's so hard to defend myself. Shota-ish. Yeah, okay, let's use that word. Good point, Suzu. Shota-ish. My type is not Shota. It's Shota-ish. Shota. No, because look, if you search up, right? If you search up Shota on Google, and it will come up with these boys that are like really, 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 really young. Actually, no, don't search up Shota. It'll come up with bad R18 stuff. Oh my god. Yeah, the other thing that's kind of weird about throwing around the word Shota is because Shota is really commonly associated with, you know, the oneshota genre in hentai. So yeah, don't throw around the word Shota too much. Just say younger character or bishonen. I think my type is more so bishonen, really. I like the bishonen characters, and I just really like childhood friends. So I usually find a connection, or like I usually am more attracted to characters who are close in age with the heroine. You know, like usually rather than the character who's a few years older than the heroine, I prefer the character who's the same age as her or is 1 or 2 years younger. Because, you know, in like otome games and fiction, sometimes you'll get, when you have a heroine, say the heroine's 18 years old, you'll have love interests who are maybe like 26 or like, you know, even older. You'll have older love interests that are much older, but then the younger love interests are usually maximum like 1 to 3 years younger. Usually only 1 to 2 years younger, right? Or they're around the same age. So usually I just like that character who's closer in age with the heroine. Yeah, okay, I think I defended myself really well. This is not copium. It's not copium. Look, guys, Goro is literally the leader of a military troop. Do you think a Shota can be the leader of a military troop? No! No! You can say bishonen. I will allow that because I do really like bishonen. I did squeak a lot at that moment. I admit. I really love Goro. Goro's like my favorite character. I mean, I find it really hard to pinpoint one character that I consider my absolute favorite in Genshin, but Goro is definitely like, if I could pick multiple number one favorites, he would be my favorite male character. It's just difficult because I also really, really love Kazuha Albedo, and I also really, really love Chongyun. I love all the Bishonen characters. I love all the Bishonen characters. Which is why I'm so happy about Hazel. Oh my god, I'm so happy that they introduced Hazel. Usually only use the word Shota in private when I talk Italian because people know I don't mean actual Shotas. Yeah. You need to be careful when using the word in like English and Japanese because it's very heavily associated with, you know, the like specific genre and like really, really, really young boys. So you can use Shotabo, like as in the voice, like Shota voice. But even then, I usually go with shonen voice. 背が低いやつら。いや別に背が低いのはタイプじゃないですよ。それは関係ないですそれは関係ないですよ。ただ美少年とかね、お顔立ちがどっちかっていうとちょっと柔らかいキャラクターはだいたい背が小さいのだけですよ。それだけですよ。別に背が低いのがタイプというわけではないです。Man。中国語を話せますか？はい、中国語も話せますよ。中国語、日本語、英語、全部いけます。配信はだいたい日本語か英語でしか喋れないんですけど。喋らないんですけど。中国語話す視聴者さん少ないですからね。あんまり配信で中国語を話してないです。I suddenly just like switched to defending myself in Japanese. Sometimes I call Nagisa free Ashoda affectionate. I mean, you know, that's like the line. Like they're like Shota-esque characters, but then if you think of his actual age, right, and you look at his like entire body build, he is an athlete, he swims, he might be a little bit shorter than the other boys, but he's still like a proper, you know, teenager. He's not a little boy. So yeah. Oh god, I said I was gonna end at 4:20, but we're at 4:30 minutes now. It's all good, it's all good. I needed to defend myself, you know. I needed to defend myself. Anyways, looking forward to playing Genshin with the new update. I hope we can get to know who Heizo's voice actor will be a little earlier, just so I can decide how much primo gems I need to save for. Actual shoulders are my children. Yeah, exactly. Actual shoulders, like actual really, really young characters, like below the age of, you know, 15, 16. Those characters who I like, I kind of see them as my children. So, yeah. Anyways, it's about time I should end my stream. Wait.もうそろそろ配信終わるんですけど、今度また遊びに来てください。来週は原神の2.7 のアップデートがあるので、多分来週は多分原神配信やると思います。はい。Nice to have chat today. Thanks for being in chat again today. Appreciate you for being here all the time. Suzun de Tarumi as well. Thank you for always being here. You are the OG regulars of my streams. You will always be the OG regular viewers of my streams. Well, I guess I'll see you guys again next week. Maybe we can... I mean, you know my gaming streams are always just chatting streams in disguise, right? We can talk about, you know, anime, seiyuu, anything again while we play Genshin next week. And yeah, hope to see you all in chat again next time. Otsueru! またねー。